Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our online casino business 2021. It's a new project, and hopefully we will have other editions in the years to come. In this moment, I'm very happy to tell you that this is the last online conference for this season. We are having a 2 months break, and then we'll come back in September.
Physically,
we
you mean?
We will have today a very long conference with 4 panels with very hot topics, and we should start because we are already late. The first panel is powered by Thaler Ondrihem and Company from Israel, and it's having a spectacular lineup of speakers, and like a premiere, 2 moderators. So, Emily, Genia, are you online?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Great. How are you guys?
Thank you. Amazing. A little bit jealous of your outset over there. The throne.
Okay. So,
the throne.
We are already late. Please, the floor is yours.
We're already late. I really hope that Stefan will join us until, I don't know, until the end, because I really want that we have 45 minutes. So everybody will value from
let me charge you for that, and then it's fine.
I will pay for this, a flight ticket to Hamburg and then a beer in the Oktoberfest. It's soon, okay? That's cool. I will invite you. Great. So first of all, thank you guys, and thank you, Michnea. And you know, it's you say that it's just interesting sessions on relevant topics to the online casino market. I think it's not something that should be overlooked. And this is what I really like about this event, that actually you set it up, I believe, in like 3 or 4 weeks. And I think it's really cool to see what's going on here. I think that what we have here is probably, I would like to call it like a superstar panel, maybe, because if you see what I see here, I see here many people that normally you do not see in events, in the same, let's say, in the same room or in the same stage. I believe that very rare. And let me probably introduce them one by one, because I think it would be best that I will tell you what I know and what I think that most of them, or if not all of them, I can even vouch for them and know them. They're not only as business partners, also as friends. And this is why I would like to have the pleasure to introduce each one of them. And then I will give the helm to 2 very talented team members of my team. So let's start with our newest addition to panels that is moderated by our team. My friend, Dmitry Gunyashov. Dmitry Gunyashov, he's living in Portugal, in Lisbon, which is actually the same time zone as the United Kingdom. And all the time jealous about the weather there, and I really like Lisbon. I hope that everybody else also. But it's a question of taste. I like Lisbon. But the cool thing about Dmitry, that he actually took CryptoPay and cryptocurrencies is something which it's a complex matter, and they put the aim to make it both simple and also very effective. And they work. I can tell you, we have many clients that actually are all the crypto processing solutions has a one-stop shop there in CryptoPay. And I can tell this, it's not a very politically correct thing to say, but in the cryptocurrency, you have lots of providers that are writing to you, and I'm telling you, as a law firm that is focusing on fintech, on gaming, and the financial industry. And some guy sends you an email from a Proton email or from an anonymous email coming from somewhere and say, listen, we have the best solution for a crypto exchange, for crypto processing. And then you do a Skype and the video camera is always off. And then how can you refer the clients there? How can you trust them as their partners? How you can do work for these people? And the good thing about CryptoPay is that none of this exists there. And this is why I'm really happy that he's a busy guy, and he came to join us to this panel. So thank you so much, Dimitri.
Oh, my pleasure being here.
Thank you so much. Next, Thibaut Catry. Thibaut Catry came from France originally, like lots of years ago, but living in the Baltics probably like 10 or 11 years, Thibaut?
Yeah, 12 now.
12 years. You can still hear the French accent and the French finesse. He always looks like a French movie star and also a very professional guy. He's the Chief Compliance Officer of ConnectPay. I believe everybody of you know ConnectPay. It's EMI based in Lithuania, very, very fast growing, concentrating on the online industry. And Thibaut heads the compliance team, which I know like almost half of the team there is compliance. So it means also a lot about Thibaut and also a lot about the company. So thank you, Thibaut.
Thank you, Tal. Very happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Next, a very impressive and tall guy. His name is Yoav Dotan, and I believe that each one of you, when you go to conferences like ICE or Sigma or lots of all of the SBC, you cannot ignore Yoav. He's all the time the most tallest guy in the room. Yoav, you're like 1.95 meters?
Yes, 96.
96, sorry. So I missed 1 centimeter. So yeah, Yoav is a very tall and impressive guy. I think that he's the only guy here that came from like very conventional tech. You know, he was like a very serial entrepreneur in like the innovative tech industries without specific relevance to gaming before he entered gaming. You know, Stefan, I'll touch you in a minute, but Stefan came from banking, etc., and finance. Yoav was a very well-known entrepreneur in the Israeli market on the tech entrepreneur, but then he got into gaming. He's co-founder of Genesis Global. Genesis Global, amazing company, always on the growth. You know, and I can tell you that we first of all enjoy working with you and working with the team. We are legal partners for 6 years now, and the thing that I like about your team all the time, like to learn new stuff, and it's a pleasure to work with you, specifically Yoav, and with your marketing. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Tal, for having me.
Thank you. Stefan Heinel. Stefan Heinel is the CFO and a co-founder of a company which was actually established 7 years ago. And they didn't make lots of noise because probably they had also a name that is so obscure. It's like what was that? Payments Europe? What was the original name, Stefan?
Payment World.
You said Payment World. You cannot even remember it. You know, you cannot even remember
which
how
it is, but it's too generic, right? So
it's too generic.
I even don't like PayPal and the things. If it's too generic, it doesn't make sense. So that's why we changed it to FinXP, right? Which transports the fintech part and the experience, right? So this is, I think, what describes it best. So.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, and not only this, last week I saw on LinkedIn several stuff. I saw that on ConnectPay that you won one of the leading startups in the financial industries in the Baltics. And on FinXP, I saw the guys that did your new corporate identity, and they did an amazing job. Like they took something like, as you say, something very generic. The name was probably one of the founders' idea, FinXP, like financial expertise. But it's a cool name, and then a new corporate identity, which I really, really like. And I didn't have the time to tell you. So, Stefan is one of the...
I will let Jeffrey know, right? The
let Jeffrey know. Let Jeffrey know. And the cool thing about Stefan, that he comes from the traditional finance, but he came from Hamburg, as you already heard from his accent. And what I like about FinXP, like they have like a team in Hamburg, they have a team in Malta, but they have a unique corporate identity. And thank you so much, Stefan, for joining us. So that was an introduction, short and sweet, but I think it was important so all the delegates will know these guys. First of all, thank you. And now, Emily, who joined us this year as our head of compliance and email services department, came from the United States. And thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Tal. Thank you for the warm introductions for all our speakers. And it's a pleasure to be here today, guys.
And also, Jenya. Thank you also. Sorry.
Thank you, Tal. Thank you, Tal.
Jenya, I also want to say one thing about Jenya, or a few things about Jenya. As part of is a very, very kind and nice person to work with. I can tell you that he's 5 years with our team already. He lived in Singapore and he heads our banking and payments department. It means that he works directly with many of the payment services providers. And I think that what I can really say about Jenya is very creative, but also conservative. If I'm mainly creative and less conservative, let's say he's more conservative than creative. Would you agree, Jenya?
Totally agree.
That's it. Jenya and Emily, enjoy. I'm here.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for joining us, our speakers and delegates, and of course, Michnea and his lovely team for having us. And I guess we can start. So I want to hear, please, from the speakers, how do you and your business bring extra value to your clients and business partners, and what makes you differ from your competition? So please, we can start with Thibaut.
Sure. All right. I'm happy to start with that. So I work at ConnectPay, as Tal was mentioning it. I think we are quite a young company. We have been on the market for the last 3 years. But we are one of the fastest growing fintech, and EMI in the Lithuanian market was a lot of those. And the approach we are taking, the approach why we do things differently, is that we decide to treat our customer as a partners and as a partner first. And we want to understand, how they work, their industry, the business approach. So when we understand, those points, we can really provide to them the best customer experience, and also we can take a smooth approach in mitigating the risk for this same customer, for the market. And we want also to be a company that is on the forefront of the regulation, meaning that when there are changes coming up, when there is new rules that come into place, we can, discuss with our customer, explain what is happening, but also be able to speak with the regulator and kind of influence those changes, and making sure we can continue to provide a strong experience. So really, I think the figures came up yesterday from the Central Bank of Lithuania, and we are number 2 on the market of 67 Lithuanian EMIs, if we look at the volume of operation.
Wow.
And I think the key here, and why we are growing this way, is really the approach of trying to provide a boutique banking experience, having a very strong technology. And I think the most important, we have a top-notch team that is ready to serve our customer. So that's the key here.
Amazing. Thank you, Thibaut. Can we hear from Yoav, please?
Yeah, we're not a B2B company, we're B2C. But let's say even in the near future, the main difference, Europe is pretty much regulated. And while I can apply on my own, on behalf of Genesis, to any regulator in Europe as part of the EU, most of the opportunities outside Europe, you need to joint venture with a local company or a land-based company, if it's in the US, in LATAM, in Africa, in many other territories. So let's say that's something we're working on currently on a few joint ventures. And basically our advantage there is that we're joint venturing with a land-based company that doesn't have any online knowledge. And that's something that we're going to see more and more in the future as gaming companies like us go out from Europe.
Great. Thank you, Yoav. Thank you for your insight. I would like to hear from Dimitri, please. Oh, you're muted, Dimitri.
So we've been providing the services of crypto processing for 8 years in comparison to the other players. And we built our company on 3 cornerstone foundations. So we think the customer support and explaining our customers what the crypto is all about, how to navigate the risks in the industry, and how to make use of that is of the utmost importance. And we try to build a trust and being transparent from the very beginning, because even if in a short term that doesn't make sense commercially for us, we are here for a long time and have been operating for 8 years already. And I think it's very important to set up a proper relationship with all our clients, being B2B and B2C. So we are on both sides of the game. So we're providing the processing services and the retail wallets and options for customers to get cryptocurrencies. We also try to make the thing work for all our partners and customers, and we are quite flexible in making sure they understand the tech, understand the advantages, and the commercials and the fees are very in line with their expectations.
You know what's cool, Dimitri? Sometimes, there is, I don't know, in Hebrew you say, maybe it's also in other, but sometimes you pay cheap or a very low fee, and then you expect, you know, how you say? Yeah, you pay twice. But you know, in the issue of crypto pay, sometimes I'm trying to understand what's the trick, because what I get also the feedback that I get from the clients that are working with you, that also the fees are very, very competitive. And also the service is amazing. So I'm trying to see, you know, sometimes you pay more and get a better service. Sometimes you pay double. But you know, so that's a feedback that you need to know, you know, and that's good. And I'm not telling you to raise now and double the fees, but I just want you to know that in a very competitive market, the way that I see it is that also your fees are very, very competitive. And even, you know, when you get like an email from a guy from Russia in a apartment, and again, I don't have any, you know, it's like there are lots of providers from all around the world, but like in the crypto is mainly like from Eastern Europe or the Chinese or the, Southeast Asia, and many, many, many providers. And again, some of them are very, very legit. So it's I don't want to put anything like, but everything here, you know, there's like in each and every place, there's the good actors and the less good actors. But that's another thing that people need to consider. Also, the pricing is important, and that's also another factor that you did not mention. But I really think that that crypto pay is also good on that side.
Thank you, Tal. Yeah, so I really think it's important. We're not the cheapest one on the market, but we think it does make sense to go the extra mile, provide that service that people just stick with us and we solve their problem and everyone is happy with that.
Exactly.
So that's the approach we've taken long time ago, and we stick with that.
Exactly.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Thank you.
We'd like to hear from Stefan, please.
Okay, thanks. Well, basically, in general, what we bring in terms of value to our customers, the merchants, so it's more B2B approach, is that we cover the full value chain in payment. So we can help our clients from payment processing with multiple payment options, solving some issues if they may not get credit card accepted, right? We have other payment means and methods available, to bank accounts if they struggle to get, as a startup, as a crypto business, as a gaming business, to get bank accounts, into the settlements, and as well FX conversion. So you have the full journey. You don't have to deal with a bank and then with an acquirer, with the other acquirer, right? Trying to get your business done. We cover everything here, and that's maybe one of the key values. But if you look into the scope of today's discussion, then I think our value is that we are business driven. We are not bankers, we are entrepreneurs. We have run previously different kinds of businesses, so we understand the business. So we can moderate the client, but as well we can sell and explain the story, and this becomes even more and more important to, for example, the acquirers, right? They are turned into more and more box checkers, right? And they hear something like, it looks like adult industry, right? And they, we can't do that, declined. And they say, it's a toy shop, different. Okay, then we can do it, right? And you end up into more and more just box checking, thinking, no one switches on the brain. And this is what we do. So we try to understand, and we do understand, the client's business, and then we are going into the discussion with these acquirers and partners in the network to say, guys, there's an interesting opportunity and it's different, and that's why you should take it, right? And we managed in many cases that then even wired the CEO of the acquirer that, okay, then we can do it, right? And this, I think, becomes more and more key, because everyone is trying to de-risk and everyone is afraid of risk. But the regulation tells us, the risk-based approach, you can handle accept risk, what we do. We are risk friendly. But of course, then you have to have your mitigation plans in place. You have to mitigate, you have to do enhanced due diligence, right? You may need more documentation, but that's it. That's what we do and what's required, right? And then you can take risk, and this is what brings you margin in an area where everyone adds more for a better price, but in payment, everyone wants more service for less price. And that's a big problem. And we have a lot of competitors and players who jump on that, and that's a big problem. Like you see Concardis, Nets, and Nexi, Italian, they try to build businesses in a market that is gone at the end by getting bigger and bigger and bigger. they need to change their policies and strategy, but not becoming bigger and bigger with shrinking margins, right?
It's so fascinating. That's so fascinating. You know, we never discussed it openly, but we said it. Very interesting.
It's interesting because it's a different look on the business side of how you do things. So thank you, Stefan. I would like to hear from Tal, please.
Yeah, well, I think that, briefly, how do we differ from the competition? I think it's a tricky question because as we see it, we don't have, real competition in what we do. Obviously, in the Israeli market, there is no other law firm which focuses only on gaming, tech, and financial law. This is what we do. And not only this, there's only one firm that is constantly graded and getting into all the, the professional, like BDI code, and like 4 years now. Just yesterday we got, or this morning, the full. We're in the top tier of international law, which is like for us is amazing every time that we get graded, by this. But I can tell you, I really think that the value that we bring is in specialization and the personal approach. That's what I like. I like to give personal approach to the clients and make sure that all my team is 24 hours dedicated to working with my clients and my business partners. That's what I think that we differ. It goes with the price. It means that only rare I have like netto time for myself and the family, etc. But I in this time of my life, I'm really focused on the business and making sure my clients are always happy.
Thank you, Tal.
Thank you. So moving on to our next topic on the agenda today. So we're talking now about compliance and social responsibility, which is not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. Would you agree with that? How can one make the payments and marketing teams to work seamlessly and all the while maintaining compliance and social responsibility? Yoav, I would like to hear your take on that.
Okay, so first of all, it depends on each regulation. As we heard in the previous panel, it was very surprising to me to hear that in the US, for example, you don't have many requirements of responsible gaming.
1 second, you say the previous panel, not everybody here knows what you're speaking about, Yoav. Let me just step in. Yoav I invited him, and Entain, which is like a multi-million, I think they're listed now at the market cap is £10.5 billion. I hope for Genesis also to be that scale, previously GVC, and we hosted both of them together with other business parts of us last week, 10 days ago, on SBC North America panel. And then it was a responsible gaming panel. And what was your surprise? Now you can continue. Yeah.
Okay, to my surprise, there is no really responsible gaming in the US yet. I mean, you have the organization and everything, but regulation-wise, because of the capitalistic approach in America, you don't have any affordability rules like you have in Europe in different ways. Okay, in UK, it's specifically affordability. In other countries, like in Sweden, you're not allowed to deposit more than 500 euros a week, etc., etc., etc. in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, as I mentioned in the previous question, most of the business outside Europe will be joint venture with the local land-based partner. And right now we're checking a few deals, and I can tell you also that in those places, like in LATAM, there is really nothing that belongs to responsible gaming. Okay. They're more concentrated on, that you'll pay the proper tax, but regarding responsible gaming, it's more of a, novelty to write something, but actually, from compliance point of view, you don't need to do much. Okay, so that's what I think the big difference.
So just a small formalities to tick the boxes, and then you're in liberty to do whatever you want, basically.
Yeah, maybe in the future, maybe because Europe is much more as mature, regulation. Maybe it will be in the, outside Europe, but again, it's different mentality, different politics. Okay, so we'll see how it goes. But obviously in Europe, it's a huge topic. There is a lot of pressure from regulators. I would say more politicians than regulators. There is pressure from politicians on the regulators and from regulators to the operators, which makes our life very difficult. Not only it makes difficult, we need to invest in much more in compliance. So in every department of our company, from content to support to marketing to everything, not just the compliance and legal, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of human resources, okay? I think about a quarter of the companies dealing with compliance today in Europe.
Amazing.
Yeah, so that's
Amazing.
today. But outside Europe, it's a complete different story. And that's why a lot of European companies are looking elsewhere, you know, to work in more, let's say, convenient environments.
Emerging markets or, you know, exotic way.
Yeah, no, but I'm
But still compliant.
I'm talking about regulated, okay?
Of course. We speak about regulated. I'm not speaking about black markets, of course.
You know, tax and everything. So
of course.
I noticed that they're very strict on the tax thing, but on the compliance, very flexible.
Very lax.
But this is something that really needs to be discussed in an open way in the industry and with regulators and even the politics.
To have an open dialogue.
Yes, because what we see here is, I would say, just to make it simple, in about 10 years' time, we will see companies that will do compliance and we will see companies that do business, right? And if we are too strict, if we are overstepping things in Europe, right, we will be at the end and lose business, right? That's a bit of a problem, because what we're trying to do is to pass on the responsibility of the prosecutor, the police, everything onto the banks, onto the financial institutions, right? But they don't get the means, right? They don't get the power; they just get the responsibility, and that's a bit of a problem, right? And what you see, like Tal described, of course, we as well receive and decline a lot of requests. We are very big and crypto company, and then you get all this good Gmail and Proton Mail thing, right? Right. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the talk or the noise. But the problem is that you see more and more very solid setups that are fraudulent, right? You have a proper director, you have a nice website, you have proper email addresses, and this is maybe a bit of a challenge. And then it comes into, because you take the responsibility. You tend to, that's what banks do. They just decline things, even they prefer to even decline a proper business before they accept one that is a shady one, right? And this is a bit the issue here. And so I think this is something where we need to establish a dialogue with regulators and within the industry. Right?
Great. Thibaut?
Yeah. So you know, I'm a Chief Compliance Officer, so I will take a slightly different angle on this one, because you know, I really think the approach in the industry and the approach to compliance where we work, especially for a financial institution, we need to bring compliance as a competitive advantage when we work this way. And you are completely right, Stefan, as well. Like when we work in Europe, we're in a very highly regulated industry for the payment. But I also think, you know, there are some players that would choose, how to call it nicely, the easy way, you know, and not considering the key requirement. They would try to operate in the market, but they will be there for short term. And the way I believe it, at least for operating in the European market, is to go with a solid but also innovative AML program. So that would be able to offer like a smooth experience, but also secure for the customer. And that those customers can actually trust us and trust those companies with their financial. I think, you know, there is always a possibility where you can choose a bank or a financial institution that are like more relaxed AML program, right? But it will be in Europe just a matter of time before the authority crack down on this institution and then putting all the customer funds in danger. So I think that's also the key here where compliance can be used as a competitive advantage. I think in the approach we are taking, there is no choosing between like compliance and customer experience. The key is to run them in parallel. So we need to play by the rule, and at the same time, we need to provide the best possible service to our customer. So the key here, and I'm a bit repeating what I was saying earlier, is that we need to educate the customer. We need also to learn from the customer, but most important, we need to be also able to educate the regulator and the authorities. When we come to crypto, when we put to gambling, a few years ago, that was a no everywhere. And I think, Stefan, you were mentioning the bank, when they see this kind of things, they just say no directly. Our role is that we are innovative in the market. We have this new industry. We need to be able to defend them in front of the regulator to be able to offer them this kind of service. And that's where a good knowledge of the company, a good knowledge of the regulation give us this kind of competitive advantage.
Yeah, but that's maybe something just to add on here. But basically, we are not, and some banks do misunderstand. They see themselves as well the gatekeepers of social responsibility. So they say, we don't do gaming, we don't do adult, we don't do, and we say, as long as it is legal and played by the rules, right?
Or not illegal, It doesn't even be, or not prohibited.
And sometimes it's just not illegal, like CBD. They were saying, but in Germany, there are no regulation, you can't do it. Yeah, but it's just not illegal. That's it. There's no regulation.
By the rules, compliant, legal.
Right. But then you can do it. You have to, like Thibaut says, compliance then becomes key. More measures. You have to understand the business, right? You have to do some checks, maybe more on the websites, how they operate, how to accept clients in crypto, for example, right? But you can do it, and that's the problem. Banks then go one step beyond, and they say we are the gatekeeper of moral, right? And then they decline everything just because they want to be over compliant, and that's the opportunity we have as well, right? It needs to be legal or not unlegal, and then you can step into more measures, enhance the diligence, everything, of course, right? We are highly automated with all the transaction monitoring stuff and the like, but then there's the opportunity, right?
Totally agree with you. We as a law firm, we often approached by banks that, well, they offer themselves to be our business partners. And one of their strongest selling points is that they're not FATCA or CRS compliant. This is one of their selling points. And we stay clear from those institutions as much as possible. Because like you said, Thibaut, that compliance is one of the strongest suits that helps, first of all, to protect clients and their funds and longevity of a business.
Yeah, I just want to add something small. For us, compliance is actually very good. You know, there are a few markets in Europe, for example, I will mention only one, Finland. I wish that Finland would regulate, and I want to pay taxes there. What is the reason? Okay, even though my margin will be smaller. Because today I'm competing on Finland with the Curacao-based company. Okay, it's very, let's say, for me, it's very unfair. And if the market will be regulated, then I could advertise locally. I'll pay less processing fees. It will be. I'll have a fair competition. So for me, actually, I embrace as many regulation as possible, on, let's say, light gray markets that everybody works today, like Finland, Canada, Norway, places like that. Mm-hmm. Germany even.
Sure. Dimitri, what's your take on this question?
I think I will add from the business perspective, and I think I agree with what Thibaut said and what you have added. So basically, longer term, adhering to the rules and implementing those reasonable compliance practices into the business allows you to serve your clients longer and not surprise them with your accounts being locked or you're not being able to settle, which happens all the time when, like in our crypto market, for example, people give like 0 fees, start the processing, and then they end up with no funds, no clients, and no bank accounts to settle to their clients. So from sustainability perspective, I think it's very important to balance those risks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you for your answers. We're going to move on now to the next question. So as an executive at a successful business, how do you manage your day-to-day challenges while developing your leadership skills and balancing requirement to scale an online venture sustainably? What leadership methodologies and tools perform best, and what makes a service provider excel in its performance, service, and response time? So I would like to hear maybe Dimitri first.
Dimitri is the managing director of CryptoPay. And
Dimitri?
Oh, sorry, I think the line dropped. So
Yeah.
Dimitri.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, I did hear it.
Great.
Thank you. So what I chose to do is just to try to lead by objectives, and I very much like the framework which is called OKR, where the team is given like the long-term objectives to reach, and they come back and just say, that's what we're going to try, that's how we're going to delegate that, that's what resources do we need, and then we just synchronize on that. And it's been a painful way once we started that, but we're moving slowly but steadily in the right direction.
I also see, Dimitri, that because you have different, like in Phoenix P, by the way, and unlike, like Phoenix P, like Genesis, but unlike Connect Pay, in CryptoPay, it's again, you're located around the world. And that's a cool way to see. And of course, there's advantages to that way and to that way. And in CryptoPay, it's very, again, you see the different, you have Will Young, like here in the UK, and you have you from Portugal, and Alexei and the team. All is very, very integrated, but all has like the CryptoPay philosophy. And I met, I remember the very nice people there in the restaurant, the Blue Elephant in Malta. There, and you remember in November 2000, you were not there in November 2019. It was shortly before the Corona break, and I saw that people had the responsibility, and I saw like. Also, we see it in your team, you trust employees and they have their own responsibilities, and you're not like on CC on each and every mail, or, Alexei and everybody, like you have cool team that each one of them are working very, very responsibly and independently for the provision of services.
Thanks, Saul. We're trying.
That's good.
And succeeding.
Also succeeding, yeah, very, yeah.
Thibaut, would you like to answer this question?
Sure, I'm happy to do it. And I think, Tal, you were mentioning at the beginning of the call that in Connect Pay, the compliance team is the biggest one, right? And I shouldn't speak too much about it because the business will again, jump on me and complain about that. But I think, here is really the key of what we are doing is the people that can act directly. I mean, as a CCO, I'm not supposed to jump on each and every case and take a decision on each and every customer. There is a lot of delegation, and you need to find the people with the right skills to work on this. So I am not checking each and every transaction that go through us. I like to sleep at night, so I'm avoiding that for now. I'm not checking each and every customer. Of course, I'm here when there is some escalation that come up, and I'm here to give the direction. But the people would be the key. The technology come next, and I will give you an example. I was talking with a potential vendor for technology solution, and they have like cool stuff, AI, machine learning, and so on. And when I was trying to speak with just someone, a sales representative, and so on, they had such a bad customer experience and such a bad way of talking that it just didn't work out. And at the end, I don't want to buy the tool from you. So the key again, we are compliance team. Sometimes we are being seen by the business and the customers like the bad guys, right? Which I hope is not always the case. And I'm trying to have the people that change this mentality and allow that. And I think that's the key of successful business and successful leadership.
Amazing. I think you're correct, because it's also about customer service after all. If everybody in the whole environment of the company is nice and warm and has a great face to customer service, I think that makes all the difference.
And again, I'll just pick up what just Thibaut say. Sometimes everybody see the compliance is like shit. Sorry, the compliance is like does us bad things. But again, if you have if you're a cowboy, or if your business model is on defrauding people, why on earth do you expect a decent bank or an EMI to accept you? And this is something that we. And in our team, it's Emily. She's like the gatekeeper and the compliance team. But also, we vet our clients, and we will never want to be associated with anything that smells illegit. And now, the question is, where can we bank Curacao companies? Where can we bank, European companies that are owned by Curacao? There are emails, and I think that is not a big deal to do that. And I think this is the thing is like the balance. I don't think like Curacao should be like blanket ban. It's all need to be understand case by case. And I think that the more EMIs and the more banks will be flexible, and accepting things that by the book doesn't like by the book, but if you speak with the people, understand that it is by the book, I think that's important. That's very important.
Yeah, I think you're totally correct, Tal. Stefan, if we could hear from you on your insight.
Yes, of course. Well, a bit other than with ConnectPay and what Thibaut said. Well, compliance is not the biggest of our teams, but our, for example, operations onboarding team understands a lot of the compliance tasks. So we do not have just whatever people who look through documents and then pass it on. So this is a kind of first line of defense, and they already decline a lot, right? So that compliance work is optimized. I couldn't say minimized, but optimized. So they all, and it's important to me, they as well need to have a deep understanding of the MLO requirements, the AML requirements of the compliance task, right? In order to evaluate and say, okay, what needs to be escalated and what not, right? And this keeps then with us, the compliance team, a bit smaller, right? Because it's already knowledge there. And as well, we do prefer, because we have seen in discussion with banks that if you have the Chinese walls, right, like the banks have, compliance cannot talk to anyone, just internally. How can they know about the business? It's know your business, know your client, know your customer. Exactly. So, but if you don't talk to them, you should not have a personal relationship like the sales manager of the bank, right, to the client. But compliance should maybe as well from time to time have a talk to the company to understand the business, because only then they can say, there's a risk or there's no risk, right?
This is Stefan, this is what, in your team, you have Daniela. She's, she is also into the onboarding. She also very well versed in the compliance, and she has like background in several financial and non-financial. So that's a good,
comes to, this looks a bit shady. Yeah? Even before it goes into compliance, she says, no, guys. So they do the job already, right? And then of course it goes the normal route, but it leaves much less workload and risk for compliance, which is a good thing. And well, basically that's the way it should be. It should be done. And then, of course, by management-wise, we do prefer open door policies, hands-on, right? We need, in this business, even Jens, my co-founder, myself, we need to know what's going on, right? We cannot sit there and seeing from time, we need to see the flow of clients, right, as well. Of course, we can't see all the transactions, but you need to be involved. And it's more kind of, with us, it's a matrix organization within hierarchies, right? You can't have all the departments, Chinese walls. It needs to be a flow of information through, which of course requires you to be hands-on and may then contradict at some point in time the growth, right?
This is exactly, excuse me, but this is exactly like we work in the firm. Tal is the chairman and the CEO, and he does everything and anything, and he has a goal to be involved in every single client case. And I think it's a total, upselling point, because he, with his expertise, has touching on every single client case. And like you said, sometimes it contradicts growing and bringing in more clients, because we're talking about quality rather than quantity. But I think that if we go back to the first question, that's really what differs us, because we have experts on every single client case, and that's what makes us, strongest and working the best for our clients. And that's just what you said, sometimes it contradicts itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Yoav, if you could answer briefly, and I think we're quickly running out of time, but if you could say a few words.
Yeah, just briefly. Mainly, I would like to keep my people motivated. And that's I can divide to two things. One, to enter new market, It's always exciting, especially for the compliance team, you know, to learn a new regulation, to apply it technically and operationally, and to keep the people involved as much as possible. You know, we're a multi-brand operation, so we do sometimes a contest, you know, who will choose the best name for our next casino name, okay, stuff like that. So we try to bring new stuff all the time to the table, so to keep the people happy and motivated.
I think that's great. That's amazing.
Actually, it works. You know, I think that each one of the people here in the team, here in the delegate, actually, you know, Michnea just wrote me that, you know, we have so many viewers now, and they have demand to put us on the stage a bit, and so it's fine. So we have a few more minutes extension, but that's fine. It doesn't mean that we'll stay for ages, because I know that also Stefan has his board meeting, and every one of us has but we'll keep on time. I had something in mind that I wanted to add regarding first of the company culture. I think that each one of the people here, I can testify that I have great company culture, you know, starting with, you know, CryptoPay, you know, going to restaurants, going, you know, and to places together, and on like on the corporate culture, and flying together and traveling. That's on the CryptoPay side. I know that Tibor and the Lithuanian team of ConnectPay, sports together, company tours, treasure hunt. I know that Vilte is part of them. You know, she heads the marketing, but I have the hint that maybe she's also responsible for that. If not her, so someone else from you know, that mindset. And I know that also the same goes with Yoav and Genesis. You know, you need to see what's going on in the Genesis family. They take care of their employees. They really they partner with them on a very high level. They have very nice HR people who make sure that they're all highly motivated. And I'm seeing it, you know, on the outset. This is why, you know, you know, we work with, as I said, for Genesis for 6 years, oversee their legal issues. I never saw any issue, any employment issue for 6 years, any. And it's a big company, and I think it means something. It doesn't mean that something cannot happen, but and I think it means something. It means something. You have, hope you all agree with me. You know, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, we always have something new to bring, so that motivates people. A new brand, a new regulation, a new partnership. You know, it always, and we involved as much as people. Okay, even if people that don't have influence on the deal or the process, still it excites them to be involved. Okay.
Exactly. I saw the motivation. You know, I see Liat from my team, you know, speaking with Gal, speaking with David, you know, sends their email at 11 p.m. also from Stefan, you know, from your team. I told you, like, Jeffrey is such a hard worker. It's unbelievable. Like, email 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you know, I'm going
We love him. We love Jeffrey.
We love him. Yeah, it's good. You know, all the...
I have to say, he has a little child. So he's, by the way, he's wake up in the night because crying, right? So
Wow. Also, Dimitri, you also have a newborn, right? Or right, Dimitri? Everybody here are, I think everybody, yeah, you know. But it's cool. So yeah, that's regarding that.
Okay, so guys, we had an amazing panel. We learned so many things. We know that you have to stay motivated. You have to use compliance as one of the strongest suits. You have to keep an open dialogue with regulators. You have to be novel and innovative, and you have to stay open-minded. Pricing isn't everything. You should always prefer quality over quantity, and it's all about the people you work with. It's about human interaction. We learned so many things. At this stage, I'd like to thank everyone. I'd like to thank you, Michnea, and his amazing thing. I'd like to thank Casino Business and Life magazine. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Jenia, and thank you all the speakers, the panelists, and of course the viewers for watching our very interesting panel. And I wish you all a lovely day, a lovely rest of your week. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Take care and further success.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Yeah, have a great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
mă, ce-i faci, deschis sau nu? Păi nu-i deschis. Uite, scrie eu educațional. Thank you, Tal. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Genia. Thank to all your guests, and hope to see you in this fall with new conferences, and as interesting as it was for today. So now we are having a short break, and afterwards we will continue the idea of digital payments with another very, very impressive lineup of speakers. But for now, for the time being, let's have a small break. Welcome back. We are on track. We will now see the second panel dedicated to also to digital payments. The panel will be moderated by Bogdan Koman, which is the executive manager of Rombet Association. Bogdan, you are with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
Quite well.
You have very good guest speakers. You have all the time you need. Unfortunately, we have to excuse ourselves because of our, let's say, starting delay. We had a technical problem which is happening when you are counting only on technology. That's very unfortunate, but when you have an in-person event, you have all the speakers with you and nothing can go wrong. But when you are depending just on technology, you can the connection can be broken or whatever. So Bogdan, if you are with us, the floor is yours. Digital payments, and I will come back later.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. First, congratulations on another initiative like this one. Hope that it will add value to our guests, to our audience. We're just waiting for Mario to turn on his camera, or yes, there he is. Hi, Mario. Hi. Introducing my co-speakers here, Dragos Mândreci from Betano, and Mario Ovcharov from Ultraplay. If you guys can say just a few words about yourselves, although you are already well known in the market, but just please a few words. Dragos, would you like to start?
Thank you, Bogdan, for the opportunity to.
Sure, go ahead first. My name is Mario. Ultraplay. We've been known for delivering ultra key solutions. And
Mario, your connection is breaking.
Big part of it.
Do you hear us? There seems to be a delay. Like Mihnea was just saying previously, technology. So, Dragos, please.
Till Mario will be able to reconnect, I will start. So this project is very well known for me, since a big part of my my activity and my experience is in the payment and banking area, and of course now in gaming it's also a part of our let's say daily basis challenges in order to bring a better experience to our customers. So yeah, I have more than 12 years in banking and payments, and joined Betano 2 years ago, and happily bringing my added value on payment side, among others. This is all from my side. Mario, if you can hear us, please.
I think I can, yeah, sorry. Something with the Wi-Fi. Can you all hear me?
No, it's not.
All right, thanks. Yes, Mario, CEO of Ultraplay. Ultraplay is known for delivering full turnkey solutions for the gaming industry, as well as our bespoke sports product. So yeah, therefore we have integrated a lot of payments throughout the years. Ultraplay is also known for delivering the first ever Bitcoin casino back in 2011. Very few people knew Bitcoin back then, and technology was pretty much whatever you can make yourself. There were no processors and stuff like that. So yeah, it's an interesting time.
Great. Thank you. Let's dive into the topics that we have prepared for our meeting today. I would like to start.
Bogdan, I'm not sure that you are having the mic next to you. There are some.
Yeah, we hear very low.
Yes. Now. Let's try it now. No.
Let me try an alternative. It seems that although I tested it, it seems
it's better now.
It's better, but it's fluctuating. maybe it's better just to go on mobile. Let me see if Mihnea will allow me. Okay, so meanwhile, because I'm not the front man here, okay, here am I.
Yeah, you're perfect. You're muted.
I'm on the other line.
Okay, now it's better. We can hear you now.
Excellent. Just a second.
But maybe switch on the voice from the computer.
Yes, now.
Perfect. Perfect.
Now it should be better. Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Bumps in the road, but now we should be fine. So as I was saying, to dive into the topics, I would like to ask Dragos to make an overview of the market in Romania, since it's, let's say, the conference is addressing mostly the Romanian market. But I would be moving to Mario very soon to explore more the tech side and to give a worldwide view, let's say, how payments are working with gambling operators. Dragos, some news from the markets and some special perspective of Betano, let's say.
Let's summarize a little bit how the market looks like from customers and the operators' perspective as well. Know that Romania is still a cash market, so one of the biggest things is to bring customers in online by also using cash. We know that the pandemic context helped us to grow the business. However, there is still room to grow, and especially for small cities. I'm not including the rural part of Romania in this discussion. Maybe on a later stage. And by looking on the market, the digital payment market, it's quite simple one. In Romania, card transactions, card is king actually in terms of digital payments, comparing with other countries like Poland, where 80% of transactions are done by instant payments account to account. So yeah, we are lagging behind in instant account payment. There are still some good news in this direction, having in mind that all banks are involved in a project for instant account transfer, together with let's say with Transfond, which is the regulator, the operator for payments in Romania as an entity. When it comes to number of processors in Romania, at least for our industry, I think that we have too many compared with the number of operators that are available in online. But also thanks, let's say, to pandemic context, the land-based players started to look and act more and more in online. So that means that the competition will make also the services to evolve more. And of course, having in mind that all operators are trying to differentiate, I'm sure that we will see more and more solutions around that. And the context is also helpful, given the fact that PSD2 directive allow us, and especially the tech companies, to innovate more in this line. However, we have also some signals that are not so positive, are regarding the banking sector. And there are two sides here. One, KYC and AML, where there are some the legislation is tighter and tighter. However, having in mind that the banks are having a little bit of reluctance in working with gambling operators, although we have we are acting in a regulated market. It's also a pain point for us. And the second one, it's a new one, started like last year. It's given by the fact that banks are trying to, let's say, defend their position and the revenues by applying extra taxes. The hot subject in Romania, it's called quasi-cash. It is the very, let's say, sumptuous naming of a new commissioning line applied by the banks for card transactions done by by their customers to neobanks like Revolut and other similar entities, and also for the gambling industry. From our point of view, is not necessarily the healthiest approach in order to encourage customers transacting anywhere and everywhere based on their likes. But I'm sure that PSD2 and other let's say potential directions of innovating in payment will let's say balance a little bit and will make this kind of actions obsolete on medium run.
Yes. But Dragos, sorry to cut in. I was wondering, of course, it's these other alternative payment instruments will be for sure beneficial, but you started your speech with the fact that card is king in Romania and still accounts for maybe, I don't know, 80% of the transactions, of 80% of the funds transferred to the accounts of players. So this is quite strange that these banks are acting in such way to put these extra commissions. I find out firsthand from you the fact that it's not only for gambling companies, also for the neobanks, they apply this commission. So it seems another segment is affected. But in the long run, still cards will be the dominant instrument for the gambling industry, at least in Romania, right? So
in Romania for digital payments, yes. However, once the Insta account-to-account transactions will be enabled by all banks through education and by looking on, let's say, through education mostly, I think that account-to-account payments will reach at a higher scale in terms of adoption. Because at the end of the day, you'll use your, let's say, banking app or PSD2 aggregator that you love to work with, and to make the transactions account to account instantly. Yeah, it will be probably a medium-term project, if you ask me, because the implementation of transport, although is done, you need the readiness of the banks in terms of serving 24/7. And that means their tech availability and their systems availability for processing account-to-account transactions.
Is it only a tech issue, or there are also legal barriers?
No, it's only a tech. It's about readiness. You know, we've been good on internet because the dial-up, we skipped that phase. Let's say we had good adoption of mobile because let's say the landlines and the other means of accessing internet were not so adopted at the largest scale. So that made us good at some point, and it's the technology leap in my view. And this is what is happening here. We adopted some technologies. We have some old systems in the banking sector still, and that's why it's about technical readiness for instant account-to-account transfers, nothing more.
I see. I would like to hear Mario's view on this one as well, if he can jump in. His own experience at Ultraplay about how much volume comes from cards and how much volume comes from account-to-account or other types of transfers.
Sure. To be honest, I share pretty much the same opinion. For now, the cards are pretty dominant, on a, let's say not global, but definitely Europe. It's the most preferred payment method throughout the casual gamblers, right? For acquisition of new customers or for people that are moving from site to site, it's usually cards. You know, people that turn to online wallets or more the different APMs, then they pretty much show that like more interested in betting, most likely would have more accounts to play in many sites, stuff like that. Now for the pure casual gambler that has never used online at all, I don't know if you had it in Romania, but in Bulgaria it's very popular, the cash terminal. It's in pretty much all the shops. So you just put in cash and get a voucher. Very old school.
They are the same with EasyPay, or it's a different?
Same, yeah. No, same. EasyPay and cash terminal. And they can do payouts too. You can go collect your cash. So for people that, as you mentioned, I'd say in our country, you can still see even people don't want to use credit cards, which around the world it's been, 20 years, 30 years. Older people here wouldn't count on their credit card. Also, let's say they get their salary or anything like that, they go and withdraw everything on the day. They don't keep anything in the card. Usually, big percent of it. So therefore, it's impossible for them to even think of using it online somehow, make a purchase or something like that. That's where this solves their problem with going and putting in cash the same way you used to pay in the land-based location or anything like that. Globally, I would say in 2020 and 21 right now, up until now, online wallets and direct bank transfers has seen their rise because of many of the Curacao-based sites are pretty much impossible for them to process any cards like they used to due to many regulations, licensing. Visa and MasterCard directly involved in the process. Therefore, they had to sort of invent something to start. Not invent, but to look at alternatives, which before would not be in such a prime, spot. That's where, direct bank transfers, as you said, peer-to-peer pools, crypto, and wallets came in. Barters too, to this day. So yeah, I think card would still remain dominantly, one way or another, the prime method.
I see. It's you mentioned the crypto payments. We'll get to that probably a little bit later. But what about there are other jurisdictions not that advanced like Europe, probably mostly in Africa, where probably Ultraplay also has some business that encourage mobile payments.
Yes, you're right. We have that. We work with Safaricom and the M-Pesa payment for Kenya, which is pretty much a text message. We've also had a very not standard approach for, I think it was Tanzania at some point, that where you're allowed to make like a not logged in, not registered account bet. So you go to the site, you don't log in or anything. You pick whatever you pick as if you're about to bet, and then obviously it asks you to log in, but then there is another option to make a mobile payment. So you just click it, and then you get a code that you need to text that code back. So your bet is placed anonymous. But again, it was just for like up to $1 or something like that. But it was all the bets were $1 too, so it was pretty much okay for them. But I think that is how to say it's because it's their only way. M-Pesa is much more than just a payment used for betting. They pay everything there. They pay their salary, they pay their electricity, phone bills, any bills, pretty much they pay like that. So that's more of a problem that the banks don't want to issue cards, or people, the card infrastructure requires them to send out, either payment terminals or ATMs. They get stolen or blown up, So it's different issues there. That's why they use the mobile payments in that fashion. I think this was possible very, very, when I was very young, maybe 2003, 4, 5, the very beginning of bidding. There was something with text messages, but here you have the needed tech infrastructure and audience to use technology and other stuff. So a little bit different.
So if we were to make an assumption, it would be that the behavior regarding payments of players is basically correlated with the behavior for all types of payments in that particular jurisdiction. For example, in Poland, like Dragos was saying, probably these guys there, they pay all their bills or their purchase behavior is via that particular method. In Romania is cards. In Bulgaria, maybe cash terminal, easy pay. This is more preferred also for other expenses. And in Africa, exactly like you said, they are using M-Pesa for all these other purchases. So it's interesting, not interesting, but it's, let's say, a true statement, the fact that people gamble in the way they do their other shopping or their other payments. You mentioned the cash terminal. I would jump to Dragos just for a little bit to tell us how cash terminal correlates to Romania, or what is the correspondent of cash terminal in Romania? How do people?
I would like to close the previous subject by having a remark. M-Pesa, it was available in Romania for a couple of years as well. It is a product provided by Vodafone, and due to the technical readiness, because we were more evolved, the product failed to succeed. So this is about life stage and momentum. This is one thing. Now coming back to the second question that you launched. I said that in the digital environment of payments, card is king in Romania. However, cash is still the king in Romania. So we cannot have a blind spot on this one. And we, as Kaizen Group, and Betano, it's one of the brands that we are acting, and the only one for acting in Romania for gambling. For now, we are looking how to tackle this challenge and to provide to our customers the relevant service based on their habits. And of course, we implemented a product that it's, let's say, for Romania, it's still a novelty. However, in Greece, it's already launched since last year. At the base, it's called Octopay, the provider to whom we made a partnership with. And basically we launched our own branded cash depositing solution that currently is available since last month and officially launched this month in Romania. It's quite a coincidence with this conference. And I'm happy to share with the current forum that we are providing to our customers the solution to deposit cash directly in their Betano account through this, let's say, white label payment solution. And currently, it's available at any self-pay terminal in the country. And basically, the UX is very simple. You just need to have your Betano account, choose as a top-up solution Betano Cash, and after identifying the nearest self-pay terminal around you, you can generate a 6-digit code, and based on it, you can deposit the desired amount into your account. which is instantly seen in your Betano account.
Dragos, is the deposit correlated with the status of the account? Meaning that if my account is verified, can I deposit 4,000 lei in a cash terminal?
This is the maximum amount, of course. But in terms of UX, come on, let's face it, it will be hard to deposit for 40K by inserting bill after bill. So yeah, it's for normal entertainment users. This is, and this is what serves.
What are your expectations in 1 year from now? How much would you think that this channel will generate? 5%, 7%, 2%?
Yeah, it's hard to let's say predict exactly the evolution. What I can tell you is that based on our experience in Greece, let's say, and having the product in let's say soft launch for 1 month, the evolution, it's let's say the product has a good traction among the customers, and it's always a link between the trust of the customers with the brand and the ease of use, the proximity. And for now, I consider that both elements are let's say checkbox are positively checked, and the customers are using them without any hassles. Yeah, and basically I consider that the education part was done in the past by the fact that customers are using those self-pay machine for paying their bills. So we have an experience of quite extensive experience from the customer side in using the terminals. So there are no, let's say, requests or problems faced by the customers in this process. So we are quite happy about the evolution. And in terms of weight, in order to put a range, it will be around 2 digits in terms of weight. This is our ambition.
Good, very good. I'm wondering, and Mario will probably be able to offer some input here, whether it's little discouraging for players, the fact that, especially at least in Romania, they cannot withdraw in any either using PaySafe cards or using the self-pay terminals. There is no possibility yet of withdrawal. So whether they feel a little bit, let's say, cheated, or if they have a negative feeling about this, because in Bulgaria, as far as I know, EasyPay stands are also human assisted. So there's a better range of activities that one can perform there. So if he can just tell us something.
They can withdraw, yeah.
They can withdraw, right?
They can, yeah, they can withdraw. As you know, right now there is no land-based sports betting at all since what happened last year. So there's pretty much only online sports betting. The only thing land-based is slots and the national kind of lottery. So therefore, they have no other choice to us. It's just online sports betting at the moment. So they support withdrawals and deposits from cash terminals, not the cash terminals, sorry, from only the EasyPay Live kind of. EasyPay is just with a person, and cash terminal is with no person. That's the difference. And they're two separate companies, actually. They're not together. So yeah, I think Romania should implement about PaySafe card has withdrawals. You should.
They can add the money on their PaySafe account, but as far as I know, you cannot withdraw. I mean, you can use them to buy something else, gaming.
Yeah,
or,
use it to buy. Yeah.
But
it's considered two-way. In betting, you consider two-way because at least you can give back the money to the user through the same way he came in. Because otherwise, isn't that a regulatory breach to he deposit with PaySafe card and then you give him what? Screw? cash. So usually you only deposit, you can only get paid in what you have deposited. Therefore, that method needs to support two-way, at least here. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I have.
Do you think that there is a threat to this business line, considering the European AML regulations that are keep hammering down cash? Do you think this channel will slowly fade away?
No, fade away, hard. What he said is though, like cash is pretty much king in our areas. Maybe Western Europe, they could possibly do something more, but here in our region, that would be very hard. They pretty much would kill the business. Maybe limits, they might put up higher, lower limits for cash operations, or higher level of verification. At the end of the day, if they ask you to put up source of funds or anything like that. Because as I said, I don't think the money that are being paid here are from some suspicious activity or something like that. It's just people prefer to have cash. As I said, they get their paycheck, they go withdraw it all just to have it in cash. Mentality. So I don't think that will, at least for Bulgaria, I can't speak very well for Romania, but I don't think here they would otherwise kill it very much. They pretty much killed it with stopping land-based sports betting. They should come back in like a year time.
I see. What about the crypto payments? And they are not very popular yet in our countries, at least. But do you see a big potential for the gambling industry in the crypto payments?
Yeah, I don't think they're legal in our countries, to be honest.
No.
They have it on their side. Yeah. Well, look, the potential is undoubted. If you ask me in the 80s, do I think a plastic card has a potential? Who knows? Right now, it's unavoidable part of your life. For crypto, it's a little bit different because it's something else. It creates different problems for regulators and for people that want to have control over funds and tracking and stuff. But the technology itself can, of course, be made in a way that it would pretty much replicate the model of the card. Like you would have full transparency, you would have all that. Because for people, they say Bitcoin because they don't know exactly what it is, but the technology is open and anyone can do its own coin. Let's say the Romanian government can make their own coin that's fully audited and fully transparent, and they can say that operator, you need to use this if you want to use cryptocurrencies anyway. Fine. I mean that's also considered cryptocurrency. At the end of the day, it's a transaction. How you make it. Do you pull up your card and type a number? Do you open a site where you send something? At the end of the day, it's a transaction of funds that needs to end. Of course, crypto is quicker, safer. Well, safer if you know what you're doing. Of course, if something happens, then it's unreportable. But as I said, I think if it has its appliance, I'm sure it will definitely come in a more larger scale towards regulated markets. UK has it in very low limits, but you're allowed to have Bitcoin on your side from licensed processors that are also well known in the e-commerce part. They firstly opened up Bitcoin maybe e-commerce sites, then they allowed it on bidding. I think it's up to £100 per transaction with a very high fee per 10%. So again, that and they stopped credit cards. I'm sure you know that. UK doesn't have credit card payments for over a year now. So I hope in our region it wouldn't go as hard as that, but crypto would definitely come much slower than it would come to Western Europe. That I am sure.
Dragos, any remarks on that?
I have a remark. One, we need to summarize that, let's say, innovation in payments in Romania, it's very, very no, it's close to zero. Let's face it, it's almost zero. Except this TopPay, OctoPay, or other products that are embedding and integrating different existing technologies, we don't have nothing major. In my view, crypto will be adopted once there is a big integration. And when I'm talking about integration, for example, let's take the biggest e-commerce in Romania will accept crypto. It will be a game challenge, a game changer, and the challengers will adopt it as well. For our industry, the same. So basically, let's see who is the boldest, because there will be some challenges in order to prove and to align and to be comply with local regulators as well. And afterwards, the adoption will be big. So my view is the following: if let's say a crypto underdog it's willing to take over Romania, needs to work with 1, 2 big players in all the verticals, and afterward the market will follow. This is the rationale, and based on my business development experience, is the one that makes, let's say, a successful project at this market, at least. For example, another example are split payments. You know that we are just at the beginning in this domain. We've splitted, acquired purchases in online, and now even with a with a debit card, you can directly acquire whatever you want from few e-commerçants. For now, everything in 3 or 4 installments without big fees like the credit cards are providing.
So you are saying this is only the beginning? The split payments are only at the start now?
Yes, or? Definitely. For Romania, yeah. What Klarna provides in Northern Europe, and actually in almost big Eastern Europe countries, now it's at the beginning in Romania.
Do you think that there's other challenges like mentality or legislation, or
legislation?
Yes, Mario, you wanted to say something about this, or I would like to ask you guys, moving on to a separate line of discussion. My personal example, I'm getting on LinkedIn every other day a proposal for payment processing. Like literally every other day, somebody from China, Indonesia, whatever place of the world is telling me that they process high risk industries and stuff like that. Why is it so crowded and so aggressive, this industry worldwide? I mean, it seems to me that there's 1 million companies doing this, if at least 200 were accessing me.
I will start by looking on from 2 angles. One is the margins. In payments, the margins are lower and lower. So if we take the example of a retailer, for a card, a debit card transaction, the fee could be even 0.4, 0.45, and let's say for a small to medium business, it can be at 0.7. So for our industry, the commissioning scheme is a little bit different, and that's why it's competition is higher, because the revenues are higher in terms of margins. So it's basically an industry that allows for payment processors to apply a bigger margin. This is the main angle that I'm seeing. The interesting side, and it's good for all the audience in Romania, is to know that, having in mind that we are mainly card-driven market, you need to have as a processing entity either a bank that has their own settlement process or a process company like it was in the past Romcard, and currently it's acquired by SIPS. So let's say 80% of the card transactions are having the settlement done by ex-Romcard current SIPS. So basically, there is not too much room to bring something here, if you ask me. So the main product, the core product, is pretty much the same.
Mario, maybe he can tell us from his experience, because he integrated maybe dozen of payment processors in UltraPay.
More. Maybe 100. Well, we've been around for 11 years, so 100 is more accurate. More. However, well, what he said, it's pretty much like that. At the end of the day, none of them possesses a bank. None of them possesses anything else apart from being a middleman. You know, from the many, of course, there are big companies we all know here that actually have products and do stuff, and even have banks. But they're very few. The ones that spam you every day, it's me and you after this conversation. We get hyped of knowing there's problems in payments in that industry. We go speak to 100 banks, 5 eventually agree to do something, and you start doing something. For me, that's pretty much, it's even worse than the hype of slot games, because for slot games, at least you need some effort, some tech, some designer, some RNG, something to be created. Rather than in here, you just need a portal, very basic site, the banks that I mentioned to process stuff for you. And that's how to say, it's very challenging for you as a newly coming site or newly coming platform to really filter up who's lying to you, who can actually perform, do something for you in the long term. In the last year and a half, since I mentioned the problem with Curacao and having proper payments, I get maybe more than one. There's so many people trying to. There's even a wave of scam that you connect your site, start processing, you never see your money. So people need to be careful in that sense. But I would say, in between all those that are just coming through and offering everything the same, there are a few that are creating either a more innovative online wallet or something that has a card with itself, it has some sort of product. But the majority for me is just, as he said, trying to pick up any commission they can, because for them there is no effort. You bring the traffic, you bring the customer, bank process the payment, nothing. They just have an agreement with you and with the bank. That's all. I don't really appreciate such kind of businesses too much.
It seems to me that this industry is full of intermediaries or middlemen. Like Dragos was saying, that eventually Romcard is processing 80% of the payments, but there's 40 other companies in between that are getting 0.1 or 0.2 from the transaction.
You can add even a 0 between those.
Yeah. Initially, I wanted to say 0.0.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the level of margin for let's say for aggregators. However, the change here will arise, because let's look on how it is Revolut seen. They are owning the customers. They are in the wallet or on your directly integrated with your phone. So basically, you are using a specific payment method based on UX and what brings you more, probably a loyalty scheme behind, so on and so forth. So the game changer or the position would be changed once those kind of wallet solution providers are looking in a different way. Because it's always the question, chicken or the egg, what I need first to have, a lot of acquiring merchants or a lot of customers. is very tough. You need to go with both, definitely. But the ones who will win and will be dominant is the one that will have the customers based on, let's say, customer likability. And at that point, you will change also the balance with the providers mostly used by main operators. And if we are scrolling on top of on bottom of each gambling website, we are seeing almost the same providers. So till that point, we won't see any big change. But this should be the battle, and in some cases, in some countries, this is what really works.
I'd like to ask Mario what he thinks is very important for a company that integrates a card payment provider, except obviously the commission. What are other technical features, or because, okay, the commercial is one, but what are the other criteria that are looked for? Mario? Are you still around?
Some sort of technology, yeah, I am. Can you hear? Some sort of technology behind it usually. I'd say whether they open, only their own page, kind of their own cashier page. They open an open API where you can process directly. Whether they, what are their settlement periods? How often can they settle? Is the settlement automatic? All the, chargeback terms, fees, how much, how long, chargeback levels, because usually if you do like certain amount, you go up to a higher tier, chargeback commissions and stuff, disputes, to see what how to say, pretty much the full charge, because sometimes they don't disclose everything at the beginning. Is there a settlement fee? Is there a annual documents handling fee? Anything that may come up, read between the lines in a way. And the most important question for me nowadays is, show me a working website with your tool, with your payment there. So the very few I pick up to make demos with fail at this point. Maybe they're still acquiring customers, but for you to know at least that they're working and they're real, that they exist, and you can you might know this site, or you can make your own kind of reputational mark. If it's a good site, if they've done their due diligence stuff. But that's the most important for me, to show that they have a working site at least, and what kind of technology they support, where you can have a backend, stuff like that, to check transactional chargebacks, good reporting. Or as I say, they're just nothing. There's a middleman that gives you a callback URL to set this piece of data there, and that's it. Then that's a bit, in my way, I know that they're not a company with data, blah, blah, blah. Make my judgment. I'm not saying that it might not work. Sorry?
You have quite an extensive experience here in integrating these guys, and probably by now firsthand, like you don't need much to know who is a viable option and who is.
Well, you can, in that way, if you're too much, like you can miss something that it's really okay and might have something. But generally, it's pretty quick. You can filter up where they're coming from. And if you understand the betting, because the other thing that happens is you get found by companies that they may have existed before, they just have never looked at gambling. They might do e-commerce or dating or whatever, but when they see, the problem in betting, and just come in.
Guys, we are approaching the last stretch of the panel. So if you have any closing remarks.
Thank you. So it was a great panel.
Thank you very much
for coming back here.
We missed Andrei Beu from Every Metrics. He had quite a, let's say, yesterday an emergency and he couldn't join. So, but I think we've covered pretty interesting aspects here. Dragos and Mario, thank you very much for this discussion. And
Thank you too, Bogdan.
Thank you.
we'll give the floor to Mika now. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Gata? Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you to your guests. It was quite an interesting panel, very technical and very full of information. It's always hard with the payments. Payments are not my favorite subject. Now we'll have another short break, and afterwards we'll go with the third panel, the one dedicated to novelties, to news on the market. But first of all, we will have a short break. Back to our conference, we will now have our third panel dedicated to novelties, news on the online casino market. The panel will be moderated by Dan Iljovic, Vice President of Rombet and former President of Romanian gambling regulator. He's a very, actually he's a very good moderator. He moderates most of the time one of our panels. And Dan, are you online?
Yes.
So okay, say hello to your guests, and you have the floor for the third panel.
Thank you very much, Michna. Thank you for making possible this new edition of Casino Online. I will just briefly introduce our panelists. One may find their bio on the official website of this conference. So Andre Wilzenach from BMM, Jörg Hoffmann from Melcher's Law, Robert Zamet from VH Partners, and Andrei Kosma from Simeon and Baciu, or Baciu and Simeon, which I like more. And well, the panel is about news on the gambling industry. I will start with Andre, because in a introduction, in a discussion before this panel, he mentioned that he would like to have a brief presentation about the news, what happened during this 1.5 years since the COVID crisis started. For many people, the crisis, it's a very bad period, this COVID. I think there are some industries which are very prolific, especially those who are making the vaccine and the disinfectants and all the technical medical stuff. But for us, for the gambling industry, it was a very, especially for the land-based industry, was a very tough period. Andre, please tell us briefly what is, in your opinion, what are the changes, the biggest changes that this crisis brought to our industry, please.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to join you and to be part of this. I said to Dan, I don't have a particular country focus, as is in the case of Jörg, who is finding himself in a very interesting time in history, because there's some fascinating things happening in Germany. I don't have that privilege, but what I've done, and I thought that's perhaps the best contribution I can make, is to share with you a little bit about what we are seeing around the world. And you mentioned the impact of COVID. And let me just say, if there's one industry that came very well out of COVID, it is certainly the online gaming industry. So let me, if you will allow me a second, let me just share my screen with you. Can you see that screen?
Not yet. Now it's okay.
Okay, all right. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. So, you know, if we talk about channels to market, I always say that that most businesses have two channels to market: the online channel and the offline channel. And if any business that you deal with today, you will be able to approach them physically at their point of establishment, or you'll be able to do business with them online. And that's the case of in the case of the hospitality industry, entertainment, travel, financing, and it is to a certain extent also the case with gambling. gambling isn't really known for having a dual channel, both online and offline. It's predominantly still offline. But there is an increase now in Europe and Canada and Australia and the rest of the world to have multiple channels to market. There's obviously been a number of reasons why we've always seen the gaming industry being against having an online channel. There was always talk about the threat of the growth of, you know, the cannibalization of online, where it might impact the offline. There was a view that it results in high levels of problem gambling, that it's prone to facilitating money laundering. And for a very long time in the history of gaming, there were views, specifically in the US and elsewhere, that it is almost impossible to regulate online gaming. Well, if you look at the statistics today, you will see quite an interesting perspective. And these statistics are mainly dealing with what is currently happening in Europe. And you'll see that COVID, if you look at this sort of greenish bubbles over there, that represents total gambling, and the blue represents land-based gambling, and then the red at the top is the online. So it will give you a bit of a view as to the extent to which online is definitely not yet the major channel to market. Offline casinos and venues are still predominantly the channel to market. However, if you look at what happened with COVID, you'll see that in 2020, when COVID hit, you know, there was a reduction from 98 billion to 75 billion in revenues in total. And the biggest contributor to that is obviously the offline industry, a reduction from 74 to 49 billion. And we hope that it will recover slowly, but you'll see that in the case of the offline, it is not going to recover at the rate that the industry as a whole will recover. Yet, if you look at what online had done, is that irrespective of that, it had grown from 24 billion to 26 billion in 2020. And it is expected that there will be a steep increase in revenue growth. What's also interesting is that if you look at the regulation of online gaming in Europe, you'll see that there is if you look at the light blue at the top is the gray markets or the black markets, which are the unregulated markets, and then below in the dark, you have the regulated markets. And you can see that in the next 2 years, it will be expected that 80% of the online market will be regulated. And that, of course, is an important point because, as it says here, it means that a large part of about 73% of the online industry is got a channeling rate of that magnitude. Which means that 3/4 of the offline gambling industry took place in regulated markets today, which I think is quite significant. If you look at the online share of total gambling.
Andre, may I kindly interrupt you? If we are going a little bit back to this regulated and unregulated, yes. Just a quick question came to my mind. If we take a regulated market, does this necessarily means that 100% of the players, of the online players, are playing through regulated operators? Or even if the country is regulated or the online gambling is regulated, let's say in Romania or in Spain or in Great Britain, we still have players, but I think nobody knows at what level, which are playing with unregulated, with unlicensed, have to say unlicensed operators.
Yeah, you're quite right, Dan. I mean, at the moment, there's an average of around about 73%, 73.5% of players that are channeled to regulated operators.
Yes, and this is one of the greatest, not the greatest, but one of the big concerns from the point of view of a regulator, because the regulator in each country where the gambling is properly regulated, and I really mean properly, Jörg will tell us what means properly in Germany, and because they fight against those unlicensed operators, because they are an issue of competition, of fair competition with the regulated operators, and also from the point of view of protecting the customers. Yes, please, Andre.
Can I continue?
Yes.
So looking at the next slide, you'll see this is the online share of total gambling, and you can see how it has grown as a result of COVID in the year that COVID hit. Whereas, the land-based had a reduction, from 75.2% to 65%. You've seen that online has increased. It won't maintain that level. It may come down a little bit, but it will continue to grow in the long term, which I think is significant. Sport betting is Europe's most popular activity by far. There you can see 41%, and followed by casinos, 34% in revenue terms, which is around about 10 billion in gross gaming revenue in 2019. An interesting slide, which I think may have result in some discussion, is what is happening in terms of mobile gaming. And if you look at this graph, you'll see that mobile gaming is in blue and desktop gaming is there. And you can see that in 2022, it is expected that mobile devices will exceed desktop devices. And from there on, it will grow to around about 60, it is expected to grow to about 60% in 2025, which I think is quite significant. If you look at the picture of Europe, and you would include the United Kingdom in Europe, you'll see that those are your largest markets, online markets, with the United Kingdom, Germany, and I think there's a potential for quite considerable growth. In my view, Germany has the potential to become the biggest online market if it is appropriately regulated, followed by France, Italy, and the rest. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a snapshot of what's happening in the US. Those of you that have followed the news in the US will know that largely as a result of COVID and the fact that the terrestrial casinos have done very badly during that phase, we've seen enormous growth over the last 2 years in the online sector. I mean, if you just look at sports betting and iGaming, sports betting represented in the light blue with iGaming there, you can see what has happened since 2019, 2020, and it's expected that there's going to be phenomenal growth in online iGaming and sports betting in the years to come. In fact, if you look at the global online gross win timeline, and you look at it pre-COVID and you look at it post-COVID, you'll see that it is estimated that it will grow. Probably a conservative estimate is at that line over there, with a projected rate of that line over there. And it's largely as a result of the legalization of sports betting and iGaming throughout the US. You will know that before COVID hit, There were a few jurisdictions, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and so on, and Nevada in respect of poker and so on. The map today, if you look at regulated sports betting and iGaming, is a totally different map. And it is still increasing. I'm monitoring on a daily basis the new bills that are being promulgated in the US on sports betting and iGaming. And I tell you, it is literally the one state after the other. We've reached the end of the legislative session now, and they still have just this morning, the state of Maine and Massachusetts is probably going to come next. And, throughout the US now, online gaming is rife. And then what I think is interesting is that when we've looked at this picture, the question is always asked, who should be allowed to operate the online channel? And there's a mix of, you could either allow it be restricted to the existing offline operators.
Like in Switzerland, Andre?
Yeah, like in Switzerland, and there's other jurisdictions where, if only the offline operator can operate, or you can allow the international online operators, those that are operating in the UK and Denmark and throughout Europe, or you can have a hybrid model between the existing offline and the international online operators.
Andre, please allow me to interrupt you,
sure.
Because this is a very interesting slide, and let's keep it in mind. I just make a print screen of this slide, if I may, and I will come back to you to further discuss this, these three options about who should be allowed to be an online operator. And I will pass the floor to Jörg, because we do have a very interesting situation in Germany. Germany was for me one of the greatest mysteries, because it's a very, very regulated country. From the very beginning of the German state, I still remember the communist Deutsche Industrie Normen, which was the main, let's say, status quo for the industry in Romania also. For the gambling industry, and especially for the online gambling industry, Germany was a very, very bad example up till now. This is a question, Jörg.
Thank you, Dan, and welcome to Germany and welcome from Germany. Yes, it's a question and it's an easy answer. I always say we're really good in doing engineering. Our planes, they land on time, but with gambling regulation, we took some time, and now we are really crossing the edge. Next week, on Thursday, there's a new interstate treaty on gaming, which comes into force just on 1st of July, and things will be completely different from that minute on, because for the first time ever, the total internet gaming ban, which includes a total online casino ban, will be part of history. So the new licensing regime that comes up for so-called virtual slot machines. You can look at this and see it's a reduced format of online casinos. It's limited to slots. It's no table games included. And there are some restrictions that apply, like minimum spin duration, deposit limits, some stake limits, a few other things, a lot of transparency to protect players, but at least it's a licensing regime, and the industry can apply and can, for the first time ever, really enjoy legal certainty and legal safety. Although
you're just a second, you're just a second, and now I make the switch to what Andre presented. Who is allowed to apply for a license? Is it necessary to be a land-based operator, or everybody could, even if they do not operate at all in Germany, since from the time being?
Yeah. If you want to apply for a virtual slot machine or online poker license or a sports betting license, online and retail, the only thing you need to provide is being located somewhere across the European Union or European Economic Area. There is no limit to a state-owned or state-run company or monopoly or something. This applies to another sector, which is the so-called online casino games. very funny. We have this category, which usually applies for the whole industry, but this is now reduced to the table games, the bank holder games, such as roulette, baccarat, blackjack. Here we have 16 German states, the German Länder as we call them, and they have the discretion by way of introducing new act to grant these licenses either to a state-owned company, then it will be a monopoly, or to decide that they give these licenses to the private market. But in this case, the amount of available licenses is limited by the amount of existing bricks and mortar licenses in that particular German state. Looks a bit like that it is mirroring the big picture of how many bricks and mortar casinos are in Germany, but I don't think that it will only be the land-based casino who get these sort of licenses. You need to understand, in some German landers, you can only run a land-based casino if you have, if the company is owned by the state. In some other German landers like Berlin, Hesse, you can do it as a private operator. And so far we have these different models.
Thank you very much. Is this a strict regulation? Is this hard to get the license? Is this hard to operate in terms of the players' protection issues,
yes,
in terms of payment processors and so on?
Yeah, I think the regulation itself is very sophisticated in terms of trying to provide the best player protection. Unfortunately, it goes beyond, because in this case, it's too restrictive that we will deal with some competitive disadvantages for the industry. There's high product restrictions, high taxes will apply. I will comment on this maybe later in a minute. And so far, it's really a challenge to compete with still existing black market operators who will not impose all these limits which apply to German customers. If you imagine there's a stake limit, a deposit limit per mayor per month, which is €1,000, you cannot exempt from it for the casino industry. For the virtual slots, you can exempt upon a certain request and approval with the sports betting industry. It can go up to 30,000, but for the virtual slots, it will take until 1st January 2023 before exceptions will be possible. The reason why is simple. A new regulator, a centralized regulatory authority is being built up in Saxony-Anhalt, one of the German states, and they started from scratch to build it up. So for the time being, there is the so-called State Administrative Office, German term Landesverwaltungsamt, taken over to run the application proceedings for virtual slots and poker. Sports betting still lies within the competence of the Regional Council of Darmstadt in Hesse. You could apply for a sports betting license as of 1st January 2020. You can always do so whenever you like. A new regime comes into place. Some amendments will be there, but the competence of the same authority until the end of 2021 will still be in Darmstadt. As of 1st of January 23, the new centralized body in Saxony-Anhalt will take over everything on gambling regulation and supervision, and then the business moves from Darmstadt to that place as well. Same applies to Schleswig-Holstein, where we have this history for more than 10 years or almost 10 years of gambling regulation. This will all change. For the industry, just to provide the information, because this is really timely, and I'm speaking to those who are either already serving customers in Germany or who intend to prepare for a licensing regime. The new law says, as of 1st of July, you need to implement a deposit limit, this €1,000. Technical guidelines were published some weeks ago. You can apply for a test account, but so far there's no intelligence provided. And since the law says it comes in force 1st of July, the industry was wondering, do we have to implement this technical requirement on day one? The answer is no, you don't. This, I think, is the most important message to the whole industry, including suppliers. The regulator will contact the industry, will send out announcement. They will be asking the operators to provide a timetable, telling them a reasonable time frame, a few weeks maybe, how long they need to implement. These letters will be sent out very shortly, and they have to respond by meeting a deadline. But I guess if you implement the deposit limit and many other technical requirements within the next couple of weeks, if not months, one, two, whatever you need, as long as it's reasonable, that's fine. And that's very important to know. It's not day one.
Thank you very much, Jörg. Jörg, I'm wondering, this is my final question for the moment for you. I'm wondering, it's a single Germany, yes, it's Deutschland. How on earth can you distinguish between players in Saxonia or in Baden-Wiesenau or in, I don't know what
Baden-Württemberg?
Yes.
That's where I'm located in Heidelberg.
Yes, yes.
You don't have to distinguish. You don't have.
Who knows if they play with the operator regulated in some other land?
Well, that is something which is subject to the past. In the past, there was only a license available in Schleswig-Holstein, the northernmost mentioned, and this was only applicable to residents in Schleswig-Holstein, so within that territory. That is the local perspective. The new license issued by the state of Saxony-Anhalt is a nationwide license. It's applicable to Germany in total, so you don't need an approval or a license from any other German regulator. This helps you to serve your customers in every of these 16 German states. That's also new to the industry. It's just a centralized body. Usually, you know, these with other jurisdictions like UK, you've got one commission and they're doing everything. Here, for the time being, it will still be two, but at least we're on a way to once speak to one single operator who will be responsible for everything.
Thank you very much, Jörg.
You're welcome.
Excellent. I'm looking very much forward to see the development of the online gambling industry in Germany, because especially the sports betting, it's a tradition in Germany. You have a great football team and so on. Okay, yeah. Robert. Before we take Andre, which it is a little bit worried that we will run out of time, but Andre, I will promise you, you will be the last one, and I will keep the floor open for you. Robert, Malta was, and still it is, in my opinion, in the forefront of gambling regulation, especially on the online gambling regulation. I admire your authority, your gambling authority. I'm always connected and I'm watching the latest news, the latest developments. What is going on in Malta? What happened since the COVID started? What are the latest news? And what are the expectations? What is the next big move that MGA will take in this, let's say, till the end of 2021? Please, Robert.
Thanks, Dan, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, I think from a COVID perspective in the industry here, we have seen initially there was, of course, a big difficulty with the operators, like everywhere else, which focused on sports betting. And that led a lot of those operators to look into other streams of revenue, casino products, similar, and also the fantasy sports and fantasy games that were obviously a replacement for the sports events which were not happening. That obviously brought...
I kindly, please allow me to interrupt you. It was interesting because Andre told us that the sports betting was also rising during the COVID, even though there were no live sports events. It is an interesting view. Yes.
Well, yes and no, in the sense, in the beginning, since there was a stop of total games everywhere, pretty much around the world, there was a block. There was no bets to put on any event. But eventually, when certain leagues started to open up again, obviously the need to bet for the players, the interest obviously reignited. And most probably that was the result as to why sports betting nevertheless performed well nonetheless in 2020. Of course, this year with the Euro happening this year, it obviously affects as well the betting in general and their performance. From a casino perspective and the MGA update, what I can say is that recently the MJ did a brief consultation within the industry to understand whether they should be reviewing a requirement that they had for RNG games. When we changed the law in 2018, a requirement was placed that games should have a minimum RTP of 92% when we speak of online games. This was different for the land-based, which was set at 85%. And during this brief consultation that the authority did with the local industry and consultants, they felt the need to revisit that percentage and bring it down to be in line with the land-based. So now all the RNG games have an RTP requirement of a minimum of 85. The feedback which the industry gave was very positive. They felt that this was a good step. But as well, apart from that it was a nice move towards a lesser minimum RTP, the industry replied that just because we have it, it doesn't mean that we will use it on all the games. So the feedback was that we need this flexibility because of certain markets, because of certain games. But it doesn't mean that we will have this throughout all our games, because we value a lot player protection and player satisfaction, and we want to keep the player satisfied with the games that he plays. So at the end of the day, we have a minimum RTP now of 85%, but we also are seeing that the operators will use this flexibility as they deem fit to be able to also remain as profitable as possible in the markets that they enter.
Just a second, Robert. You told us that the operators, and I'm sure you mean the online operators, were quite happy. But what about the pure land-based operators? Are they happy that the online competition has the same RTP, minimum RTP with them? Because I think they have the argument that they have a lot of expenses with the rents and the personnel and everything. Yes.
Nevertheless, even the online has quite a number of expenses. When we compare the online business with the land-based here in Malta, it's a different ball game. The land-based here, if you're looking at the land-based market, it's very limited. Our island is very small, and with 500,000 as population, the market is what it is. But online, with a .com operation that a Maltese license a remote license can give you, opens you to multiple markets and millions of potential players. So the expenses of one cannot really be compared with the expenses of the other. And in reality, I do not think that it would be fair to match the land-based business here in Malta with the online business, which is based on the island.
Okay, thank you very much. Please go on.
Then, just to add a little bit more of what we are expecting from the MGA, the new CEO, which has been now for a couple of months, has taken quite a good approach to looking at what is there and how to make it better. So, and this was, in fact, the RTP change was actually one of the steps. We are hoping to see similar changes to other things which will make the life of operators a little bit easier. Reasonable within the regulations, but still a little bit easier. So, for example, from a brief discussion and the consultation that the authority is undergoing, they are looking into simplifying a little bit better the application process, which sometimes take quite a long time to complete here in Malta, because the due diligence side of things do take its time to be processed. And this because we do not only check the UBOs here in Malta, but there are a number of key functions which need to be filled and need to be checked. And there is a discussion of potentially reducing the number of key functions to a lesser number than the current one. For example, B2Cs who are licensed here in Malta currently need to have around 15 key roles. That does not necessarily mean you need 15 persons, because some individuals can hold multiple roles, but still there are 15 roles to fill. And it could be quite a difficulty, especially for startups, to identify individuals to take multiple roles for their operations. So there could be a possibility that in the coming months we will see this number being reduced and summarized to a much handy approach when it comes to the key functions.
Thank you very much, Robert. Very interesting. I told you that Malta is very much aware of the changes, especially the technical changes in technology, and they want to be in the forefront because they have previously, some 10 years ago, you are one of the very few legislation with an online regulation, and the operator, once they got a Maltese license for online, they were able to operate in many other European countries. Now the things were changed, and Malta has to be and to push strongly ahead the regulation to make it more simple, more fluid, to be in a step with the technological changes and everything. Otherwise, they will lose their competitive advantages.
Of course, as you said, the European markets are now limited in the sense that with the Malta license, there isn't much we can do in Europe. So most of operators are looking elsewhere, are looking outside of Europe, are looking at Latin America, are looking at Asian markets, which are still pretty much open for business. And there are still some of these markets, even in Africa, which are very much emerging markets, which could be the next target for the Maltese operators. In general, I think what we are seeing currently in Malta, apart from these startups looking into these markets, we are also seeing a lot of consolidation happening. I mean, this is happening, I believe, throughout, not just here, but we are seeing a lot of companies, M&As, and also the other steps of going on the stock exchange and doing going on the various different stock exchanges and listing there, which brings obviously different players to the industry. We are seeing a lot of American and US investors pushing into the industry, which is now very much settled in Europe. Most probably because of what Andre said, that there will be legislations happening in a number of US jurisdictions. They are interested in what happened in Europe, and the way to get knowledge most of the time is by buying someone who has the knowledge already.
Thank you very much. Very good. Excellent. Andre, I will come back to you, but first, let's give the floor to Andrei. In Romania, we do have some said that is a good legislation, yes, a regulatory framework for the online gambling industry. It all started a few years ago. And what happened since the COVID started? What are the expectations? What is the current situation in Romania, and what are, in your view, the changes that are foreseen? Andrei, please.
Thank you, Dan, and hello, everyone. So similar to other countries, COVID has impacted also the Romanian market, but mostly the land-based one. And we have seen a lot of restrictions on working hours, on number of players that can go into a gaming hall, and so on. Some of them are still applicable. And the government has worked with the industry and also trying to make some benefits, some tax benefits for the land-based operators and mostly slot machine operators, because the Romanian casino market in the land-based format is mostly a slot machine market. I think we have like 4 or 5 casinos licensed and over 300 licenses for land-based slot machine gaming. On the other hand, the online casino has not been directly affected by COVID. And I can expect that the chart and the graphic showed by Andre applies also here. And we have seen some growth there. We have seen by looking at our clients that they seem to grow. And I'm sure that this is happening with almost all of the market. Another trend that we have seen recently, and which may have been caused also by COVID, is that we see a continuing increase in interest for getting an online license in Romania. And an online casino license is the most used one. And operators are facing an issue which is not new, but it's now it's become more pressing, which is the blacklist. So just as a way of background, the blacklist is a legal tool that the regulator has introduced in 2015. And the legislation says that there should be put all the operators and all the websites which have operated in Romania without a license and we did not pay the relevant taxes. But what happened in practice is that the regulator has listed down there mostly all of the websites that they could find, which do not have a license in Romania, irrespective if they have operated or not in Romania.
You know, I interrupt you for a second. I've been on the regulator side.
Exactly. And, you know better.
Yes. And how on earth can a regulator distinguish between 1,000 operators who have websites accessible from Romania, if they operated or not? Should we run, or the regulator, should they run around the world finding out where are their servers located to have access to their databases in order to know if they really served the Romanian players or not? And I have to agree with you that here it's a minus or a shortage in the regulation, because it's almost impossible to distinguish this kind of issues. Please.
You are right, and I do not know for sure, but I can only assume it is very hard to gather all the relevant websites, and probably a prudent approach is to put there everybody you can find. The problem is when an operator wants to get a license in Romania and he did not operate. The law says that he cannot get a license if he is on the blacklist. So the first thing you need to do is to get out of the blacklist. And here is the issue that we have seen recently, is that we don't have any framework to get out of there. The law says how to get in, and it's reasonable to be there if you have done unlawful operations in Romania.
If it's proven
exactly.
that you have done it, not
exactly.
Yes.
So we have like concrete cases where we have operators who said, look, we want to get a license in Romania, and the first thing we do is check the blacklist. If they are there, we have a problem from the start. And when we are telling them this, they said we have never been in Romania. They are doing all the checks necessary. They don't have any players, any kind of revenues. The website has been blocked. So they shouldn't have an issue. So here we are going to, and these are potential operators who want to be in the regulated market and which can make the market grow even faster. But the first thing they need to do is to be sure that they are not there, or they can get out of there, because as you know better than I do, to get a license in Romania, an online one, you need a big investment. So you cannot commit to a big investment unless you know that, I don't know, you will have a fair treatment. You will not get a license if you don't meet the requirements. But if you meet the requirements, you should get the license. So this is an issue which, again, I think that this interest has been caused also by COVID, but this is an issue that the regulator can fix, I think, and should fix, because you should have on the blacklist the bad guys, and that's a reasonable, as you said, for players' protection, for fair competition, for all the right reasons. But we should have a mechanism to get out of there those white operators who want to be on the regulated market, want to pay taxes here, and who want to do things right.
If I may, a short joke, maybe if they change the name of the blacklist to the approved and non-licensed operators.
Yeah.
Yes. And this doesn't mean that they broke the law. They are not licensed, and in that case, I think the issue could be a much simpler one.
I think yes, but because the blacklist is from the law, so it's mentioned in the law. In the end, you may need to change the law. Yeah,
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very good example of what should be changed in the law. There are many others, I think, but it took some time before all before a new regulatory regime is in force, before you get sufficient feedback and you get more and more particular cases in order to build up a revision of this law. Thank you very much. I will come back to speaking about sports betting. To Jörg, are there any new regulations in Germany expected or coming in force from the 1st of July regarding sports betting?
The new interstate treaty next week introduces some amendments to the existing sports betting regulation. One, and this is the main one that I mentioned, is that the current stake limit of €1,000 will be replaced by this deposit limit. I covered that in my previous comments, but I want to highlight that this applies to sports betting only, because for the casino games, there's currently something which is called a transitional regime, and that requires a deposit limit in the amount of €1,000. This must be available. Of course, for sports betting, the transition into the new regime can take some time. There is also some amendments to the scope of allowed bet types, which applied earlier because the current regulator adopted that regime. And if you apply for a license, you need to submit a few more documents like a marketing, advertising concept, some amendments to the social concept, responsible gaming, and also for the affiliate business, new rules apply. It's the first time that advertising for gaming in Germany will be legal, because it's legal gaming, of course. And so far we didn't have these regulations in the past for online sports betting or online casinos. But the affiliate contract, the agreement between the operator and the affiliate, they must follow certain rules, in particular the remuneration. It's no longer allowed, or it's not allowed to apply sort of the remuneration that is linked to a certain percentage of gross gaming revenue, stakes or something else. So it should be kind of fixed fees or other things in this regard, which is a burden to the industry because the old contracts are different. Of course, this is something that you need to understand. But I would say the majority of requirements which were met by this industry, as long as they are licensed, will form the major part of future regulation as well. We do have, as far as I know, 29 licensed operators at the moment. I expect probably between maybe a dozen or 20 more licenses being granted before the month expires and the interstate treaty. Some will be rejected and some will be postponed into the new regulation regime. And under this regime, operators can apply. But I think that the authority will also say, we do not longer tolerate unlicensed operators. So if you want to apply, you stop offering your business until you get a license after 1st of July. This is possible. And most finally, transitional regime for virtual slots and online poker. It protects the industry, transform them from unregulated market to a regulated market by way of a waiver of enforcement if they follow certain requirements which had been provided earlier. These casino operators will have to apply in the near future. I expect the regulator to announce in a few weeks that they expect binding declarations and first bunches of documents in the application to be submitted to the regulator in order to not delay the process. I think this is all we can say at the moment. Keep you posted next time.
Thank you very much, Jörg. I think you will have a very tough time.
Absolutely, yes.
During the next period. And I think that when we will meet again, after 2 or 3 years, you'll have a lot of stories to tell us about how the new regulation works, how it has to be changed, and so on.
We need 2 knives and 2 bottles.
Yes. This is a German say?
No, it's mine. Just for you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jörg.
You're welcome.
Yes. Andre, I'm coming back to you in the end. Because I want to ask you if you have something to add at what Jörg said about Germany, and then I will have a final question, please.
Thank you very much, Dan. It's actually, my question is a follow-up to something that Robert had said, and I think it may be relevant for Jörg as well. in the context of Malta, where markets are closing really for Maltese operators, in the sense that, as is the case of Germany, you now need to have a license to operate online gaming in Germany. It still leaves the question, what about the B2B providers? Therefore, those B2B providers that provide systems and games and on their platforms. In the European context, one would assume, Robert, that they would still be able to base their servers in Malta and operate those games into the other jurisdictions, which sort of raises a question for Jörg. Jörg, in the 2021 state treaty, I haven't seen anything pertaining to the licensing of manufacturers and suppliers or B2B providers in terms of online casino gaming. Is there, have I missed something? Would it be okay for Germany? Would Germany be okay with the server being based in Malta? I was just wondering what
there is no license needed for the B2B business. Suppliers don't need to be licensed, other than in the UK, for instance. The games must be approved by the regulator. You have to submit a list including all the games will be approved. We don't know about the proceeding now. It will be announced hopefully shortly. There is some testing and certifying, but still not known which test labs will be allowed. In my opinion, it can only be those test labs across the European Union who are the stakeholders of that business, but there are discussions whether it's limited to some Germans. I don't think this will happen, but the regulator is not in a position to answer questions before 1st of July. Then they take in over with the new law as the basis, and hopefully we will get these questions answered. It's getting really time now. But so far, you're absolutely correct. No license regime for the B2B providers.
Thank you very much. Andrei, in Romania, we do have B2B licenses. It's called the second-class license, and probably the Romanian regulator was a little bit more, or the regulator smarter in terms of addressing this issue. Yes, please, Andrei, do you have any final remarks, please? Because we are now approaching the end of our panel, and I kindly ask each of you, Robert, Andrei, and of course, Jörg, if you have any final remarks, please, Andrei.
The only remark that I would make is we've spoke about what has happened with online gaming in respect of COVID. My own view is, in conclusion, that COVID actually sparked off the growth of the online industry. And there isn't a better example really as what has happened in New Jersey. I'm not going to put up the slide because that's just going to take unnecessary time, but I can tell you that in 2019, the online gaming industry, or the saw sort of revenues of about 30-40 million. The year of COVID, that COVID hit, those revenues have gone to 18 million in 1 month, which gives you an idea of how it's grown. And as a result of that, we've seen other states in the US and other jurisdictions around the world. I mean, even in Africa, you now see, strongly land-based casino-regulated jurisdictions are now venturing into online. Because I think there's a realization that we need multiple avenues to market, channels to market. And I suspect that as a result of COVID hasn't done anyone favors, but I think it has done the online industry a huge favor. I think as a result of COVID, we're going to see phenomenal growth in online gaming legislation around the world.
Thank you very much. Jörg, do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, just to round it up, taxation, new regime in Germany on 1st of July. It's 5.3, the nominal tax rate, applying to sports betting, stakes, virtual slot machines and online casino as well. Here we are talking about applying this tax on stakes. It will replace the VAT on GGR, which is not favorite to the industry, of course. The net tax rates will be 5.03 because the tax basis is quite complicated. But that's the measure. It will apply as a state aid complaint submitted to the EU Commission. Probably in the future, things will be changing, but not now.
Thank you very much. Robert, if you have any closing remarks.
To reply to Andrea, yes, indeed. I think Malta was is one of the few jurisdictions who actually considers B2B for licenses. There is us, there is Romania, as you mentioned, there is the UK. So it gives that, again, the competitive edge that the jurisdiction needs to keep on its relevance in the industry when European markets are closing down in general for a .com Malta license. But the requirements, it is always nice to have a licensed operator from a B2B perspective than a non-licensed operator. And I think the B2Cs appreciate that, and that is why the B2Bs, local and Romanian, will always retain relevance when you have a B2B license.
Thank you very much. Robert, I'm looking forward to come to Malta. Do you have a Sigma this year in the autumn, hopefully?
Hopefully, yes.
Yes. I'm also looking forward to meet Jörg, Andre, of course. With Andre, I probably meet more easily here in Bucharest, but yeah. I really miss the live events. And I think that once the COVID will end, we will see each other at not 1 or 2 bottles of wine, but at least at 1 coffee. Jörg, am I right?
You are. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
for the pleasure.
you very much. Andre, if you have the very final word, and if not, I thank you very much to our speakers, Andre Wilzenach, Jörg Hoffmann, Robert Zamit, and Andrei Kosma. And of course, I thank you very much, Mihnea, for making this event possible. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mihnea, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank to your special keynote speakers. It was quite an interesting panel. You know, the problem with the online events is that you have to watch them, to watch every panel. You cannot go to the lobby to drink a coffee. You have to stay and watch till the end.
Yes, I have my coffee with me here.
Yeah,
so
me too.
For me, it's not a problem.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again, Dan. Please thank on my behalf to your keynote speakers. We are here at Casino Palace, Palace in Bucharest, so we have coffee here also. We'll now have a break, and then we'll go for the last panel with something like 5 minutes delay. We will have the branding, marketing, and efficient communication panel. But first, let's have the break. Welcome back to our conference, Online Casino Business 2021. A hot topic, even if a pandemic is close to its end, or probably already ended. Now we are going to watch the last panel of our event from today, a panel dedicated to branding, marketing, and efficient communication. A panel moderated by one of the most, let's say, most experienced Romanian marketing manager, Andrei Frimescu, which is the marketing and communication manager of one of the most important land-based and online operators in Romania, Game World, a very well-known company in our country. And also Andrei is a very well-known person in the gambling area. So Andrei, are you online?
Of course. Thank you, Mihnea.
Hello, Andrei. You have all the time you need. As usual, you have the last panel. You know, save the best for last. So your guest on my behalf, and let's play ball.
Thank you, Mihnea. This is music for my ears when you say that we have enough time and there is no restriction. We have experienced so many restrictions lately, so I would say that we hate this word restriction. So first of all, hello to everybody, and thank you for participating in our panel. It's about marketing, it's about branding and communication, it's about efficiency. And I want to start by saying that as a moderator, I couldn't be happier with the group of panelists that is joining me today. So please allow us to use just few minutes, in order to make some short introductions. First of all, of course, ladies first, I would like to introduce Teodora Luca. Teodora is a partner in Mihai Luca Law Office Romania, but what I can add is that I would say Teodora is the best marketer from all lawyers specialized in the gambling industry in Romania. So please, Teodora, just introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you again. Unfortunately, again, I'm the one that would present you the restrictions and not all the possibilities that you have in promoting your activities. But I promise that this time I will be very sensitive to the needs of the companies, and I will try to learn from all the experts that are being present today in this panel. I will learn new possibilities to read the law and to take the best from it.
Thank you, Teodora. I want to say that we rely on you. Your advices are more than useful, are mandatory, are how can I say, life-saving in what concerns our actions, and not only marketing, but all our businesses. So thank you for joining our panel. And let's move on to Mr. Kirill Miroshenko, Sales Director for Endorfina in Czech Republic. Kirill, first of all, this event is 100% English, as Mihnea said. So let me ask you, jak se máš, Kirill?
Dobrze. Děkuji. Hello, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to participate in this event, because as you introduced me, I'm from Endorfina, and we are a game provider company. So we're providing slots for casinos, and we just entered the market in Romania. So I'm so excited to share some news, some insights, how we're talking with the people, what kind of marketing campaigns we are doing. So I think it's going to be a really nice topic, and I really hope for good discussion between, especially with you as an operator. So maybe we'll have some fight between us or something, some interesting discussion. So I'm really looking forward. Thanks.
You. Welcome to Romania. Welcome to this panel. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Vasil Stumbov. He's the founder of Dance e-gaming solutions in Bulgaria. I would like to start by saying that Vasil and I, we have something in common. I realized that both of us, we have chosen an image from Monte Carlo Casino for our social media cover image and profile photo. So Vasil, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Andrei. I can say now one of the pioneers of this online gambling industry, having started with a company that was quite known at the time. It was Game Bookers, one of the first to offer really comprehensive sports betting on the internet. And in years, I have developed as a C-level executive, but 5 years ago, I have founded my own company, which is basically, we jumped on the big data models, and we have produced a very advanced platform with a very advanced marketing module, which aims at exploiting the opportunities that this big data model gives us for the operators, basically.
Thank you very much, Vasil. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Cristian Tirabassi, senior partner for Ficom Leisure in Italy. Cristian, buongiorno. Come stai?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, Cristian Tirabassi, I'm the founder of Ficom Leisure. We are a strategic advisory and M&A boutique specialized in the gaming industry. I've been involved with the online betting and gaming since the late 90s. And today, basically, we advise company on their growth strategy, clearly including marketing and sponsorship in different countries. We're present in London, Rome, in Madrid, and in Miami, and we cover Europe and the Americas. So I've been involved very much in the marketing activity relating to the growth and therefore to the value of companies. So that's what I'm going to try to share today, Andrei.
Thank you. Growth marketing is a passion of mine, and I think all the marketers should focus on growth of their brands, their companies. So before starting the discussion, last but of course not least, Mr. Ovidiu Joita, founder of iAgency in Romania here. Ovidiu, very simple. How is your holiday?
How do you know I'm in a holiday?
You know, it's very, for marketers, this is their job to find out about their target market and apply.
Yeah. Hello, guys. Hello to everyone. Glad to be here. Yeah, I'm a little bit in a holiday, but this doesn't stop me to take my laptop with me and to be present with you guys. I'm the founder of iAgency. It's one of the top 3 SEO agency from Romania. I was a speaker to online casino events in the last 4 years, I think. So I worked also with one of the top 10 gambling players from Romania. So I have some insights in this field, but my skills are for search engine optimization mostly.
And I would like to add that you are one of the top experts in SEO in Romania, working with and helping a lot of companies and brands on this side. But you were too modest to say it, so I wanted to add at the end. For our viewers, just before starting the discussion, for our viewers, maybe you can see some of us are really serious, but I would say Christian, he has a very good mood and he's so happy. I believe this is because Italy has the best chances to win the Euro 2020. They played so very good so far. And also because Romania and Bulgaria didn't even participate. And Kirill representing here Czech Republic as Endorfina, but also Russia's participant, he is still involved and still hoping. But as Kirill said, maybe we can approach also this major sport event, Euro 2020, in order to talk about online casino marketing and casino marketing in general. But let me... Yes, please.
No, sorry, I wanted just to make a quick comment. You know, I've been in this industry since '96, so the online portion in the UK, and I have to say that the industry in UK made a big jump during the Euro of 2000. So that's when basically a huge number of new accounts, so new online accounts were opened, and then that event really gave the first initial boost to the industry in the UK. And I think it's going to be the same with this Euro in a number of jurisdictions.
Yeah, and I believe, I really know that marketers are preparing such events and campaigns and all the actions for such events long time in advance. And probably now is even more challenging with the pandemic and this uncertain, high level of uncertainty. It's even more difficult to prepare all these actions for such a big event. But let me state first our main subject. The main subject, as I said, is marketing, branding, and communication, effective, efficient communication for online casinos in Romania today. But not only in Romania, because we have to learn and to adapt everything what we see abroad, if possible. Teodora will tell us how possible is that, but let me start with a very pragmatic question. What's working in Romania today efficiently regarding marketing, branding, and communication for online casino? Kirill, would you like to start?
Yep. So as I told you before that we just entered the market at the end of 2020, and it was in the middle of pandemic. So it was quite challenging for us to have a statement and like to show to the market that we are here and we want to do something. So what we chose as a sales strategy, how to enter the market. So we decided to start cooperation with the biggest operators in the market and start running some big campaigns with them. But before it, of course, we have to be prepared our games as the software provider, our games for the market, because of course we know that different markets is different tastes, different flavors, different preferences of the games. So of course, before entering the market, we prepared some batch of games which supposed to be target the market. And probably as we all here participants of the gambling industry, we know who is the leaders of the market in terms of the casino games, in terms of slot games. So of course we want to compete with the big companies and we have to prepare some games. So after that, we chose some few operators with whom we agreed on some sort of exclusivity for some time that they will promote our games. We will run some, I would say, collaboration together, like creating some video campaigns, maybe some commercials, some targeting specifically for our games. And I would say after some months, it really works. We see already like positive feedback from the players about our games. And again, it helps us to expand in the market because of course, other competitors, other operators, they see the games perform very well. So we don't even need to explain who we are anymore and what kind of games we can offer. So our strategy for basically all the markets which we're entering, legal markets, it's to choose some few operators and start to make exclusive campaigns with them.
I see. It was, I believe it was really challenging to enter the market during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Also from your side, also from the operator side, and mostly from the consumer side, from the players, I would say, because Suddenly, everybody was forced to stay indoors. It was the lockdown, and people really changed their habits and their way of life. So it was
exactly
nothing like before, and I think this has made penetrating a market, entering a new market. This has made it even more interesting. Vasil, can you add something on the subject about what's working now in Romania?
Frankly, I haven't been doing business in Romania for almost 10 years now. I think the last campaign was something like 2009 or 2010. I remember at that moment we were already acquired by Party Gaming, and we sponsored the Steaua Football Club, I think. So it was great time. So I have a bit of an outdated experience on the Romanian market. Frankly, I do not separate any European market when it comes to let's say the main topic I feel confident talking about, and this is the retention of users. In that respect, I would say that in Romania or elsewhere, the best practices lie for me in the big data models, in the predictive analytics for the retention side of the business. So what I can share is that the user behavior in our industry is relatively the same across different geographies and markets, especially in the frame of one very culturally close continent such as Europe. Therefore, I would say that in terms of efficient communication and in terms of customer journeys and user experience, I would say that yeah, the best practices lies in the use of these big data models in order to define the different segments of users, predict their behavior, and therefore take action in order to prevent churn, to prevent having lapsed users in this very, very competitive industry that is ours nowadays.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting, Vasil, because you made me think about a new question and say I will go back to Kirill. What do you think? Having new games, having a new provider like Endorfina for an operator is helping collecting new accounts, opening new accounts, or is helping more in the retention side, keeping the actual players and the best players?
So if you're talking not about the Romanian case, let's say, but in some other markets, because we have like more experience and other markets, I would say adding new providers, of course, brings you more accounts. Why? Because we have own like group of fans who really follows our games, and we see a lot of actually feedbacks who players writing to us in online chats or like in some other forums and asking to put our games on some specific projects. And of course, when our games like going live with some projects, it brings more clients to the operators as well. And this is one of the selling points which we actually using, because we have huge fan of people who likes our games and who really play only our games. And this is another boost for the operators as well. In Romanian case, it's a little bit different because the market is closed and the number of the players are fixed. So the growth which can come, it's just like probably, I don't know, new generation of the people who will come and play the games, right? So it's a new generation, but no other people who like from abroad. So in this case, it doesn't work in this case. We can only, let's say, expand the portfolio and maybe bring new experience to the players, because as I told you before, we know that like only few providers who control basically the whole market. and we are here to actually diversify the portfolio and maybe bring some new design, some fresh air, you know, to the players. Because when the market is closed, only a few providers like offer the games. Of course, the market a little bit stuck, and we are here to help. And I know that other providers also try to enter the market, and they have some difficulties because, again, the players prefer some specific games, and not every providers are ready to adjust the portfolio and prepare some games specifically for Romania. So yeah, I would say in Romania the case is not like everywhere.
Yeah, of course, nothing is like everywhere in Romania. But coming back to our topic, I would like to ask Ovidiu because okay, Kirill is a sales director for Endorfina, and his clients are the operators. But let's consider the end users, the players. So Ovidiu, what is working now to put I don't know, Ruby or Bianca Drăgușanu on the poster, or to make the website as user friendly and as easy to find in Google search?
I would say that now players prefer really some fast and really smooth graphics. This is the most difficult and the most challenging for us, because we really want to have our games download super fast. Nobody wants to spend time just downloading the games, and this is what we can provide now. And also the graphics, because this is quite challenging, again, because Romania, it's very classic approach in terms of the games. The players really prefer very understandable classic fruit games, but at the same time, they want something fresh. So we are here to give something interesting. So we have like some combination of classic games, but in new redesign, I would say. New shiny design, still understandable math, but the design a little bit, I would say, up to date. So,
Ovidiu, can you step in, please, and tell us your point of view, considering the players and the communication to the players and the players' experience? What is working now in Romania? Bianca Drăgușanu on the poster, or a well-designed website loading fast and working flawless?
I don't think the website has such problems with loading, because we are discussing about big international platform and custom platforms, so the websites are working well. In general speaking.
Correct. In general, yeah.
Yeah, if you are asking about Bianca, of course, she has a big number of fans. I don't know if it's working or not. I'm not taking care about outdoor media, so I don't know the exact results. What I know, it's all big gambler players should invest in all marketing channel, because as we are in the time of Euro 2020, everything is working like a football team. Each channel of marketing, it's a football player. And if we want to play only with 3 football players, is not enough. So in my opinion, the big players who has budget to invest in online marketing should invest in all the channel. Even one channel is not so profitable, let's say, they work together, because people are going everywhere online, also in social networks, also searching on Google, also reading betting articles or different story about winning and competition, sport competition and everything. So we need to be in all the channels, in Google Ads, in Facebook Ads, in SEO, in blogging, affiliate marketing. Probably we need to be all over in all the channels, because this is how we can get the top 3 players positions. If we are choosing, let's say, only one marketing channel, like pay-per-click channels, we will lose some people. And many times I have discussed with PPC agencies regarding the gambling industry. So many conversions are made with different channels. So even you have the conversions in SEO or even PPC, you don't know exactly the way it came the player, the client. So my advice is to choose carefully and to use all the channels, even we don't have a big budget for each of channels.
Yeah, thank you, Video. Of course, we budget is an issue, and we never have enough budget for marketing. But this is another topic. But I would like to ask Christian, considering Romania, how we compare with other regulated markets in Europe and let's say even worldwide, and most of all, what can we learn and adapt fast now? What is your advice?
So, Andrei, what we have seen a number of jurisdictions that basically had an evolution in terms of the activity of the operator, as well as the reaction, if you want, from the authorities. So, you know, we understand very deeply all the European regulated markets, so Italy, Spain, UK, clearly the Scandinavian and so on, as well as what's happening now in US. But let's focus on Europe. So what we have seen is the kind of, in every market is kind of a curve when the market open, where clearly the operator, as my fellow panelists were describing, are focused in order to take market share, to take the brand out, to clearly open account. And you know, clearly in base of the marketing budget, there is opportunity to do, you know, anything. A clear mix, it would be from digital and let's say traditional marketing. So from sponsorship to out of door, to radio, TV, magazine, whatever is the target market that you're looking for. So, you know, what we see is first, you know, the battle on marketing in order to acquire customers. And then we see normally what we have seen in the large market is a kind of a very crowded environment with offering in relation to casino or to betting. Here I would like to do a little parenthesis. So clearly what we have seen in different markets is that the cost of acquisition of a player for an operator in sports betting has been lower than in casino. So what we have seen is basically technique to acquire customer with sports betting and then try to cross market with casino products. So you know, with mixed results, but we have seen this as a pattern in a number of countries. So coming back to the logic, so at the beginning of the market we see very strong activity from the operator on all the means of the channel available, both traditional and digital. Then what we see is that there is an effect of, let's say, the regulators in relation to these extremely crowded and in some cases extremely aggressive marketing messages. So these marketing messages, you know, at a certain point can be really extremely aggressive, especially if there's not the kind of guidelines either from the industry or from the regulator on what can be the message there. But long story short is that what we have seen is after this overflow of marketing message, then the negative part starts. So when the regulators start to think, also pushed by some politicians, to say, hey, but you know, it's not too much what they're doing is not too aggressive, is not too wide, in order that this is basically also involuntary targeting minor or people with gambling issues. So, you know, normally what happens is that you have a conversation starting where, you know, what they say is that should we now think to start even more, limit even more advertising or the message of advertising. So that's what I wanted to share, Andrei, is that this is the pattern we have seen. Then, you know, how it ends, it really depends on on different member states in Europe. So Italy, for example, took a full advertising ban. So Italy is the first country that really has a full advertising ban. So you cannot spend one dime in 1 cent in traditional advertising. Then you have some push in Spain, limiting even more the time where you can advertise gambling products. Then you have, you know, the Scandinavian approach, the UK approach, and so on, which is all going towards trying to limit the marketing messages and intensity of the operator that rightly are trying to get their market share. So this is something that I believe that the Romanian market should look, and in my humble view, one of the ways is to create an industry position on that, so that the industry body basically creates some guidelines in order to avoid the moment where the regulator or the politician takes some measures against it.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you, Christian. This is helping me a lot because this is now the time to ask our expert in legal, the legal side of our businesses, about opportunities and threats for marketing coming from regulators and from the legal side. Basically, first of all, I would like Teodora to tell us how large can I make a poster with Bianca Drăgușanu on the highest building in Bucharest?
For the moment, not only with Bianca Drăgușanu, but with any other personality that you wish, you could do a poster as large as you want. The sky is the limit for the moment.
For the moment.
As Christian mentioned, it is reasonable to believe that very soon this no limitation would end, because we are now in the stage where the public squares are crowded enough of advertising for online casino and not only of gambling activities, and it is reasonable to expect that the lawmaker would take some actions. And it's not only an expectation. In the public discussions, we already have this type of conversations. There are already issued, some politicians already issued draft enactments to limit the advertising for gambling activities. One of the main points is exactly as Andrei mentioned, the dimensions of posters displayed outdoor. But it is not only this, also there are some restrictions taking into consideration by the lawmaker, in the sense that advertising would be banned near public schools, near schools and churches and so on. So we are now in that point where advertising would be completely different, I think, either by the intervention of the lawmaker or as a result of the industry's demarches. It is the moment when the industry, after being more careful with acquiring the customers, would have to pay attention to the way that advertising is being realized and the channels that are being used for the purpose. Since 2015, when advertising for gambling activities was clearly allowed by the law, the licensed companies have found multiple channels, probably all the channels, to promote their activities. Some of them on the edge, I would say. Some of them have acquired the clients with a higher risk to be penalized by the gambling authority. I am aware of some penalties already applied by the authority. We already have been have seen some modifications in the law which were meant to limit the manner that advertising was realized. I'm thinking of the restriction to promote bonuses, promotional prizes, and jackpots outside the locations. That was the first measure taken by the authority. Penalties are really high, but as I think you already know and you can see, they are not completely efficient because we still have posters with not only with Bianca Drăgușanu, but with lots of cards, lots of jackpots, prizes, and so on. So it is probably it is reasonable to expect a new intervention of the authority in the sense of limiting the advertising.
I understand. But Teodora, tell us please, Christian mentioned something very interesting. In your opinion, how close are we for providing a self-regulating framework? Are the operators working in this direction to set up a guideline for advertising and marketing and to use it as best practices?
Back in 2018, it was the gambling authority that had a proposal for the gambling licensed companies to adhere to a code of conduct, which was, I would say, that was not perfect, but it could have been a good start. But from legal perspective, it was very complicated at that time to implement this type of instrument into Romanian market. Therefore, it was only a proposal that was not followed by any action. In this moment, I would say that considering the presence of big players in the market, big players in the sense of big companies acting in multiple jurisdictions, I would say that the market is more prepared to draft this type of conduct. I know that there are some demarches to be developed, but for the moment, as long as to the extent that I'm aware of, there are there is not just one action taken by all the players in all of them, yes. But I would say that I would also mention that most of the companies are self-regulating in the sense that they do comply with the law without having a penalty or without the intervention of the state. There are many advertising campaigns that could be an example for many industries. And I would, in the end, I would also note the participation of licensed gambling companies in responsible, socially responsible campaigns that were very well received by the public. And
yeah, thank you, Teodora. This helps me to move to Vasil and ask Vasil, what do you think? We are, like Teodora said, we are approaching a moment where advertising will be more limited than it is now, because we are talking here about online casinos, but the other verticals in gambling have different legal frames for advertising and communication. But staying in this field of online casinos, probably the advertising will be limited either by the initiative of the operators, self-regulation, either by the by the state, by the regulators. But what are the alternatives to communicate with our target market and to do what marketing should do? Attract players, increase loyalty, increase customer experience, and reduce churn of players.
Yeah, yeah, right. Well, I see that the discussion is going more to the direction of acquisition activities, because we're talking about advertising, we're talking about acquiring users. Now, before answering your question about any alternative channels on that, I would like briefly to say that nowadays the acquisition costs per user are so high that it is a considerable investment that the companies must make in order first to get the attention of the users to get accounts on their website. Then to make them deposit is another topic which is also very sensitive. But without any retention activities, this investment would just make no sense. So this is very important to understand that the efficient marketing strategy comprises a very balanced mix of acquisition, but also retention and reactivation activities. Without them, this is a little bit what Bwin was doing in the very strong years from 2005 to 2010, when they were acquiring massive users through advertising on huge sporting events like football, Formula One, MotoGP, whatever. But their retention activities were very limited, and this affected the lifetime value of the customer, which is a very important metric in our industry. We all strive to gain the maximum lifetime value, and without retention activities, we can't have a significant lifetime value of a user in this industry. Now, for the acquisition channels, of course, the mainstream acquisition channels tend to get very scarce all over Europe. We saw what happened in Italy. Now, in Romania, there's a proposal. In Bulgaria, the options are already very limited. In the law, I hear that the UK, Scandinavia, and so on, big parts of the European market are moving closer to almost a total ban on advertising for gambling products. We had in Latvia a very important precedent last summer, where the regulator decided to just freeze all online gambling licenses in order for the people staying at home not to gamble their money away, which had not been followed by other European countries. But who knows, maybe in the next pandemic, this will also be an option for the governments to try and limit the use of this product. The alternative channels have been in the early 2000s when there were very few regulations, and the companies had to be very inventive about their acquisition strategies, because the normal media outlets and the channel of communications were basically closed for the gambling companies before this wave of licensing that swept in Europe almost 10 years ago. So there are many different channels. One of them, which I have been practicing in this period, was the stunt advertising. The stunt advertising is what the name says about it. It's about stunning the customers and people in general with some crazy offers or ideas. Other channels may be the different offline partnerships with different opinion leaders, with brand ambassadors, or certain events, charity maybe, something like in the case of the state operators. We know that they always say that they do what they do for the common good, because they sponsor different cultural or sporting activities or charity foundations or whatever. Alternative channels are very important in our business, but I really hope that the operators will turn again to these channels now that we see so many regulations coming into effect and actually forbidding the mainstream advertising on the channels that have been, of course, very successful and very profitable for the past 10 years. But now, obviously, the regulators have seen that this is probably too much, because in certain countries like the UK, like Bulgaria, like in Romania, obviously, the operators went just too far by spamming the public space with obviously these extensive campaigns that were not to the taste of everyone in the public.
Yeah, right. And okay, we talk about restriction and about what can we expect about advertising in the future, but I would like to stay on the bright side and saying that the development of technology is helping us, not only us as marketers, but it's helping the business in general. And we as marketers, we are always chasing new technologies, new ways of communication. And I would like to ask first Christian and then Kirill, how are we about to take advantage of new technologies in all the sides of the business, developing games and, let's say, entertaining our players with these games. Christian, would you like to start, please?
Yeah, sure. What we see on our side, and we do a lot of M&As, we see a lot of investment into new kind of products. So one of the objective of the operator is to try to identify their offering being special. There is the risk clearly in this market to have an offering very similar one to the other, and being able basically to compete on clearly the marketing on one side and then probably on the service to the player and customer support. But the reality is that the product is very similar because very good B2B provider in the games, live casinos, slot machines, and so on, are clearly being successful to offering this to the majority of the operator. So what we see is that a lot of investment coming into trying to find innovative products, localized products, maybe with local games or traditional card games or some other kind of localization of games. And this kind of investment are basically driven by the B2C operator looking for a particularity on their offering. So that's one element that we see across a number of markets, and then probably a certain point will be looked at also in Romania. So that's from our point of view where we see clearly a big effort and money coming into a number of startup or development studios trying to develop something unique.
Thank you, Christian. Kirill?
Yeah, so if you're talking about the game experience, we really see the trend now that most of the providers trying to introduce new tools, new functionalities inside of the games, but it's very tricky. Why it's very tricky? Because you can lose actually your audience. Why? Because if you will make your games too heavy or too complicated to understand, the players can lose the attention to the game, and especially in like markets where the classic games are still on the top, introduce new functionalities, it's really risky, I would say, because nobody wants to lose the audience, and this is actually super easy to do it with the new functionalities. That's why we are not trying to bring some new functionalities to, let's say, Romania, even though that we have it. Like, we recently introduced, let's say, bonus buy feature, and the feature is not available, unfortunately, in Romania. There is 2 points of it. First of all, a regulator does not allow, as I understood correctly. And the second of all, we don't know how the players will react on such functionalities. So even though that we want to bring some new ideas, new tools to the players, in some markets, it definitely will work. And in some markets, let's say in Western Europe, where some providers as, I would say, Net and Evolution Gaming Group, they're really trying to introduce some new experience. But we all know that these games are not that popular in, let's say, markets as Balkan region or CS market. It's still not their markets. And just one thing, if I can go back to your question regarding the marketing campaigns, because I wanted to add some small thing, because as you probably know that Ukraine are stepping into regulation now, and they introduce new requirements for the operators, for providers, and for all part of the industries. I see some trend, which is I don't like it, and I see the pain from the operator side, because they're very strict for promotions and marketing campaigns outdoor on the streets. They really cannot promote the games, and they cannot promote casino. They can promote only the brand itself. So in this case, it's too strict, I would say. So I'm a little bit worried that Romania can be something like this, and I don't want it. And I believe operators also does not want to have such strict regulation, because there is really high possibilities of manipulation with such things, that like regulators can approve some, let's say, marketing campaign, and some campaigns can be easily banned just because some specific word. And this is what exactly happening in Ukraine, and operators really struggling now, even though that market just started and it's not like 100% regulated, but marketing stuff already legalized and regulated for 100%, which is a little bit painful for operators. So I really think that it shouldn't be like this in Romania, and I think operators will support us, because we also want to be part of the marketing campaigns, and of course we also want to promote our games, and we closely work with providers, with operators. In this case, we put our games there and like some symbols just to promote together with operators. So yeah.
Well, this is something I strongly believe, that in order to be successful in communication with the players, the operators should partner with the game provider, and should identify and communicate those features that make the difference, and those things that that make the players' experience better. And this can be done only by this partnership between the operator and the game provider. But Kirill helped me to move to the, let's say, the final subject of our discussion. Let's talk about the future. What's next? What would you think we will talk about next year in this meeting, in this panel? What will be the hot subject in 2022 regarding online casinos in Romania? Would you like to to make an educated guess?
So first of all, I really hope that we'll have more participants in this market next year, because the market is very interesting as for providers, for operators. We see some more operators actually entering the market. And I hope we'll have more competition, because in competition, we can together deliver better product, better experience to the end players, right? To the players. And I hope as well that more providers will also step into the market, because we really want to have like level up the experience of the players for game experience as well. So we are not, how to say, scared about the competition. And actually, we really want it, because we want to really see the growth of the market. And without competition, it's impossible. When it's like really stagnation of the market, when like it's fixed amount of the providers, yeah.
Competition is a strong engine for moving forward. And I'm sure we all agree that in Romania we have quite a tough competition. Ovidiu, what do you think about next year? Are we going to meet in this panel again?
Yeah, thank you. As I thought before, the key of success should be innovation, in marketing innovation. So most of the big players somehow become sleepy, and they use same technique as last year. I like to innovate and to make something different, because many people are tired of same commercials, same banners on PPC campaigns. I saw that video content is very well received by the customers. So still are missing, let's say, TV shows for social networks. The competition is still low, and there are those channels of social networks. And I can mention here also the new channel TikTok, which is increasing very much, also in Romania, also in the rest of the world. I'm thinking they will be well received, such shows about gambling, about games, casino games. There are so much people on the target who are going on TikTok and on Instagram and Facebook. It's for us. We are already old, but those channels are not full yet on the, let's say, on this war of getting well known for the public. So I still thinking the making investment in video content, in a live show. Let's think about not only recorded show. We can do live show that people will look. There is a lot of searches on the internet for gambling tips, and so many shows about gambling tips. And those shows, I can think right now to one of YouTube channel. It's with very, very low budget. I'm laughing when I see that video content. So the big players, I think, should invest, because the TV commercial is very high and very restricted. So we can go on social networks to have our own shows. So as you can see, I'm not talking about my SEO specialization. I'm talking about something else. Of course, as I told before, all the players need also SEO. And in Romania, most of them doesn't invest in SEO, or they done our team of employees who are not so at the highest level of SEO. So there is still place to be involved in this competition. But remember what I'm saying now. The video content and the live video content, I think, will be the future.
Thank you.
It's something new.
Very interesting overview. I would like to have the opinion of Teodora about this, let's say, these opportunities, marketing opportunities. Teodora, what do you think will happen with active advertising, and where will the marketers move in order to communicate?
I can only hope that next year will be about innovation, about customer experience, and not about new restriction implemented by the authority. it is somehow up to us, up to the companies to influence this decision by complying with the law 100% and by adapting the message to new technologies that were described today, but in full compliance with the law. It is the short message that should be today's motto, let's say.
Right. Anyway, companies should show a higher level of responsibility in general, and especially the top companies that are leading the market, and that most of all they are the models for the other operators. They should lead in a responsible way. But Vasil, just a short question: do you have TikTok?
No, I don't. I don't. I'm old school. I'm old school. I don't have TikTok.
Well, it's nothing wrong in being old school. Nothing wrong in testing new channels, as you said. What do you expect for next year?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the video. With just one remark that here we have to differentiate between B2C operators and B2B operators. In these two cases, the marketing mix, be it for acquisition or retention, is completely different. So, related to the operators, to the B2C side of the business, yes, this is the way to go. We have had some very good results contracting some YouTubers that play certain games, and there are thousands and thousands of other people just watching them play. This is something with young people now that is completely. I really don't understand that, but apparently this is a big hit. It's about watching other people play games on the internet. So these people emerge as opinion leaders, and they can direct with. Of course, they get paid by the different providers to play exactly their games, like in the case of Endorphina, for example. And we have had some great results. So for sure, the future lies within social media and discovering the new way that young people would like to use these products, like millennials, digital natives, and so on, because they are now coming of age. They start to earn more and more money, have more disposable income that they can invest in different leisure activities like gambling, for example. Related to the operator side, actually to the B2B side, the provider side, I would say that technological innovation is the way to go. More sophisticated products, more sophisticated backends, better user experiences, better games. We are hearing now for the past 20 years about 3D casinos, immersive technology, augmented reality. We haven't seen too many results for now, but I hope now that basically this pandemic, I personally think that is here to stay for the next couple of years. And unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet. People will remain at home. They'll be centered on their TFT screens more than going outdoors. And frankly, I think that yes, this digital transformation will hit our industry as well. Although being already very digital, we are going to switch more and more to this numerical side of the business, be it for marketing or product development or whatever sector is that.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Vasi. Christian, last comments, closing remarks. What has 2022 in store for us marketers for online casino?
Andrei, what we see, it's already happening. So clearly there is a consolidation in the industry, and that will continue. So I think also the pandemic has accelerated, if you want, the consolidation, especially between the land-based and the online, where suddenly the land-based industry, gaming and betting industry, realized that it's extremely important to have a strong digital part of its business. So we are an M&A boutique, so we are in the middle of it. Normally we represent the small guy, try to do either to have an investment or a strategic partnership with the large companies, and that's what we believe will happen. So at a certain point there will be some winners in the Romanian market, and those will be very much of interest of the large operator looking for a strategic investment in Romania, where it's always better to have a local partner, local management that knows exactly how to market, how to maintain the customer in the specific market. So that's what I expect for the future, Andrei. I expect a growth for sure, where I think the average of the online betting and gaming over the total is still in Europe an average below 20%, maybe in some country 25, 30%, but in some other around 10. So there is definitely a long way to go, and clearly being accelerated by the lockdown and the pandemic effects. And the other is for sure consolidation, where there will be more and more larger operators that are looking to acquire and to work together with the smaller champion in particular market like Romania.
Thank you, Christian. And I will add now that my expectation is to meet all of you again next year in this panel. I'm going to wrap up now our panel to thank you once again for such a great discussion, and to thank all our participants, our viewers. I would like to thank, of course, the organizers, Nicnea, for another great online event, and for all the series of online conferences he has put in place this year. And as far as I know, this will continue. And last but not least, I would like to thank my friends from Casino Palace, the host, the land-based host of an online event. So thank you, everybody. Bye from here. Good luck, and
thank you.
best regards.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for a very nice and very good panel, as usual. Please thank to your guests, your invited guests, for their knowledge and for participating to our event. Yes, we also thank Palace Casino Casa Vernescu, the live casino in Bucharest, maybe one of the most beautiful live casinos in the world, to host us today. We invite you to come to play here. You have fantastic games, excellent food, and high-class services. Thank you all for watching us. For the last 6 months. We now take a break for 2 months, and then we'll start all over again in September, maybe with live events, in-person events, and hybrid events, or maybe just online. I don't know what will be the opinion of the authorities regarding the pandemic and the restrictions. Nevertheless, thank you all. We want to thank to our technicians, to our staff, to everybody for doing such a great job in this last 6 months. And of course, thank you, the most important part of our project, is the large number of participants in this 6 months. So we thank you for watching us, and we advise you to take care, to have a lovely summer, and to meet again in fall. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye, Mr.